A Crown for a Cage by Eressa. Chapter 1. The Most Expensive Gift. The mirror told her everything her mother needed to know and nothing Ysol intended to say. She stood before it in the blue hour before dawn, still and deliberate, the way she stood before most things that required her best performance. Spine correct, hands quiet, face arranged into the particular expression her mother called composed and Ysol privately understood to mean useful. The gown was deep crimson, Vaereth colors, the family standard at formal occasions, and it fit as it always fit, perfectly, because her mother's seamstress had never once been given Ysol's measurements without also being given instructions about what to do with them. It was a beautiful gown. Ysol had not chosen it. She studied herself with the methodical attention of a woman checking inventory. Hair, immaculate, pinned and dressed to the crown, the way her mother preferred it for political occasions because it made Ysol look severe, which translated at court as serious, which translated as worth the cost of her. Earrings, the house sigil, small gold drops shaped like the Vaereth falcon, which she wore when she was meant to be visible as an instrument of the house, and removed the instant she was alone. Posture, correct. Expression, correct. The hands resting at her sides, quiet, composed, entirely still. The woman in the mirror was a remarkable object. Ysol had spent 28 years becoming remarkable. She was very tired of it. She turned from the glass. The room around her was her room in the sense that she slept in it. In every other meaningful sense, it was a staging area. Her mother had furnished it before Ysol was old enough to have opinions about furniture, and her mother's tastes ran to demonstration. Heavy silks in the family colors, the Vaereth falcon above the mantel in carved stone, a desk position to receive morning light in a way that looked intentional from the doorway. Everything in this room said Vaereth the way everything in this house said Vaereth, which was to say loudly, persistently, in case anyone present had forgotten. No one in this house was permitted to forget. She moved to the desk. On its surface, resting against the inkwell, was a small folded note. Tef had pressed it into her hand 2 evenings ago in the narrow space of the linen corridor, quick, soundless, with the particular efficiency of someone who had learned that the difference between a message delivered and a message intercepted was entirely a matter of speed. She unfolded it. Get out and stay out. For words. Tef's handwriting was as sparse as their speech, small, exact, nothing wasted. She read it again, though she had no need to. She had read it often enough to reproduce it in the dark, could reconstruct the slight angle of the T, the careful spacing between the words. She folded it back along its original crease and tucked it into her boot, beneath the arch of her foot, where it would sit flat and invisible and available. A compass, she had decided. She was allowed to have a compass. Tef had been in the Vaereth household since childhood, brought in at 12 as a servant, and retained because they were quiet and quick and asked for nothing. They were the only person in this house who used the right name for themselves, the one that was theirs and not the one the household had assigned them without their consultation. Ysol had used their correct name from the beginning, without making anything of it, without turning it into a performance of generosity because it was not generosity. It was simply correct. She had done it and moved on. Tef had noted it and said nothing, in the specific silence of someone who understands that to name a debt is to diminish it. The debt was enormous. She had never named it. They had watched her face the morning after the arrangement was confirmed, after her mother had laid out the terms, and watched Ysol receive them with appropriate composure. Tef had watched too, and they had not received the composure. They had received the thing beneath it, which was smaller and quieter and located somewhere behind Ysol's eyes, and they had pressed the note into her hand in the linen corridor and walked away before she could speak. She was grateful for this. She did not know what she would have said. She was grateful for Tef with the particular, helpless quality of a woman who had spent so long designing relationships around strategic purpose that she no longer entirely trusted her own capacity for the other kind. Tef had simply loved her, without being given a reason to, without requiring anything in exchange. She did not know what to do with that, so she did the only available thing. She carried the note and the weight of it, alongside everything else she was carrying, and kept moving. A knock at her door.
Come, she said.
Her mother entered, and the room changed. Not dramatically. House Vaereth did not need drama. She was a tall woman, fair where Ysol was brown, with the particular careful beauty of someone who had decided, at some point in her 30s, that appearance was a resource to be managed rather than an accident to be suffered. She wore gray this morning, the considered, deliberate gray of a woman receiving a delegation, not the dark gray of a house in mourning. She had decided, apparently, that grief was not the appropriate register for today. Ysol would have been surprised if she had chosen otherwise. "You look well," House said. She crossed the room and adjusted the collar of Isol's gown by approximately 2 millimeters, which did not need adjusting, which they both understood. "The crimson is right for the occasion. It says we give willingly." "We give because we've calculated the benefit of giving," Ysol said, and kept her voice entirely pleasant. "The crimson is correct for that also." Her mother's hands stilled on the fabric. Then, with the particular patience of a woman who had decided long ago that her daughter's sharpness was a quality to be appreciated rather than reprimanded, because it was useful, which was the mechanism by which House appreciated most things, she stepped back and looked at Ysol directly. "You're nervous," she said. "I'm fiddle." Ysol turned back to the mirror because it gave her something to look at besides her mother's face. "They're different things. They present similarly." House moved to stand beside her, and for a moment the mirror held them both. Tall woman, shorter woman, the years between them visible in the particular line of experience running through House's jaw that was absent, still, from Isol's. They did not look alike. They never had. Her mother had always seemed quietly relieved by this, in a way Ysol had long since stopped trying to interpret. "I want you to understand what you're doing today." Ysol looked at her mother's reflection. "I'm surrendering myself to Queen Maren's forces as a political hostage in negotiated exchange for a cessation of border aggression in the Western Territories, thereby demonstrating the Vaereth family's commitment to the peace process while preserving our leverage as a noble house with a political asset of value."
She paused.
"I have read the terms. Twice." A breath. "You are protecting the family. I am the arrangement," Ysol said. "That is different." The silence that followed was not uncomfortable, precisely. It was the silence of two people who had long ago reached a fluency in their own conflict, who knew every variation of this exchange, had mapped between them every possible destination. House would not press. Ysol would not elaborate. The statement would sit in the room and do its small, precise damage, and they would both step over it toward the next required thing, because the next required thing was always where they ended up. Outside, the estate was waking. The distant movement of servants, horses being prepared in the lower yard, the small coordinated sounds of a household mobilizing for a significant occasion. Her mother listened to this the way Ysol listened to it, as data, as the shape of a day's logistics, as the sounds of a system functioning as designed. They were, in this particular way, very alike. Ysol found this neither comforting nor distressing. It was simply true, in the way many unpleasant things were simply true, waiting on no one's permission to be facts. "You will be well treated," House said. "Queen Maren is precise in her obligations. She will not mistreat a Vaereth daughter. It would be strategically disadvantageous." "I know. You will have correspondence privileges. Limited, reviewed, but available. If you need anything." "I know." Ysol turned from the mirror. She faced her mother directly and did what she had learned, early and expensively, to do in the important moments. She looked pleasant and gave nothing away. "I understand the terms, Mother. I agreed to them." She had done considerably more than agree to them. She had helped write them, in the careful, indirect way of a woman who could not negotiate openly without exposing her purpose, through 2 rounds of back-channel correspondence that had required Teff's quiet involvement and considerable patience with the slowness of political channels. The terms were, on the surface, exactly what the Vaereth house had proposed. Beneath the surface, they were the terms Ysol had required. The East Tower, the window facing the city, correspondence reviewed but not forbidden, provisions that made her valuable enough to be protected and not so conspicuous as to become a spectacle. The East Tower's low kitchen gate, which was a matter of public record in the palace's maintenance documents, for anyone willing to read maintenance documents. She had been willing. Her mother did not know this. Ysol had spent some time deciding whether that constituted a kindness or a protection. She had decided it was both, which was how she made most decisions she could not afford to feel clearly about, by identifying the version of events that served more than one purpose simultaneously and choosing it, and moving forward before she could second-guess the choosing. "I am proud of you," Quorth said. It was said warmly. It was said the way her mother said most things she meant, as genuine regard, with the particular warmth of a woman who had never quite learned to separate love from utility and was not certain the distinction was meaningful. Quorth believed Ysol thought that she was saying "I love you." She was also, without being aware of it, saying "you are worth what I am spending you on," and both statements were simultaneously true, and that was the cruelest part of it. Not that her mother did not love her, but that the love was so thoroughly entangled with the calculation that it was impossible, from the inside of it, to know where one ended and the other began. When Ysol was 19, she had brought her mother a plan, a marriage alliance that would have removed her from the family's direct political control while still serving the house's interests. It was a good plan. Careful, elegant, mutually beneficial. She had worked on it for 3 months and presented it with the precision of a young woman who believed, still, that excellence was a form of love, and that love was a thing that could be earned by the quality of what you brought to it. Her mother had listened to every word, had praised the plan extensively and with what appeared to be genuine admiration, had then executed it, with Ysol's younger cousin in the bride's role instead, because Ysol was too valuable to be spent on her own happiness. The message had been clear. Ysol had heard it without being told in so many words, and she had stood in her room afterward for a long time looking at the wall, and she had understood something she had not been ready to understand, and it had settled into her and become part of the architecture of how she moved through the world from that point forward. She had not brought her mother an honest feeling since. "Thank you, Mother," she said now. She meant it in no direction that was useful to Quorth, and she followed her down through the long corridors of the house. She ran her fingers once along the wall of the narrow passage near the east stair, where she and Tef used to sit in summer evenings when the household had gone to bed, eating plum preserves out of a jar with a broken seal because the broken ones went to the kitchen staff and no one would notice two missing. She had not thought of that in years. She thought of it now, the specific purple sweetness of it, Tef not quite smiling, both of them cross-legged on the cold stone floor like children who knew better and were choosing, for this one quiet hour, not to be better. She moved her hand from the wall. She continued walking. The delegation from Velmoor was waiting in the outer courtyard, 6 soldiers in the Queen's colors, deep navy and iron gray, functional and severe, and a court official whose name Ysol had researched and whose face she was now matching to her research with the quiet efficiency of long practice. Merrill, second chamberlain of the Velmoor court, specialized in prisoner arrangements. The sort of man who moved through difficult occasions with professional comfort and no visible seams. He bowed when Quorth led her out. He assessed her with the particular calculation of a man evaluating an asset, which was fine. Everyone looked at her that way. She was practiced at being assessed. She let him see what she intended and nothing more. There were members of her family in the courtyard, cousins, lesser aunts, the family steward. They stood at a respectful remove and watched without meeting her eyes, which she found interesting. It suggested that being the piece sacrificed on the board carried a social texture that being a minor piece did not. A discomfort in proximity to the cost of things. The way people at funerals stepped back. From the widow. She filed this in the particular drawer she kept for observations that were useful and unpleasant in equal measure. Her mother walked her to the edge of the delegation's horses. This was as far as Quorth would go. The handoff was designed to be graceful, not prolonged, because prolonged goodbyes suggested reluctance, and they were meant to suggest generosity. "Right when you can," her mother said. She adjusted Ysol's collar again. The same 2mm adjustment, the same direction it did not need. A habit, not a correction. Something her hands did when her mouth did not know what else to say. Ysol had seen it 1,000 times across 1,000 different moments. She had never named it to her mother. Some observations were not gifts. "I will be useful." Quorth met her eyes, and something moved across her face that was real and complicated. The acknowledgement of a cost, even if she would never name what kind. That is all I ask. Ysol held her mother's gaze for one breath. She had told herself she understood the weight of this moment, had calculated it in advance, had prepared for it the way she prepared for everything, by thinking about it clearly and at length and deciding in advance how much of it she would allow herself to feel. She had underestimated it. "I know," she said. She turned to the chamberlain. She accepted the terms in the formal register of diplomatic exchange, crisp, correct, exactly as required. The soldiers were professional. A horse was brought, a well-mannered gray, exactly what you would provide for a prisoner you intended to keep comfortable. She mounted. She did not look back at the house. She had decided, in the weeks of careful planning that preceded this morning, that she would not. Not because the looking would cost her nothing, it would cost her something, and she knew what the something was, but because looking back would have been a performance, a display of reluctance that would have given Quorth the comfort of being believed. Ysol did not owe her mother that particular comfort today. She had paid it for 28 years, and today she was choosing where to spend herself, and she was choosing something else. The gates of the Vaereth estate closed behind her. The road to Velmoor opened before her. The weight inside her chest was not grief, exactly, or not grief alone. It was closer to the sensation of having held one's breath for a very long time, and only now, in the first second of the release, remembering that it had been held. Her chest ached with the letting go of it. She had not known it would ache. She found she did not entirely mind. She settled in her saddle. She let the gray find its pace among the delegation's horses. She watched the road. She was going to a cage she had designed herself. She knew its terms. She had opinions about the legal interpretability of the Veldran Compact's relevant provisions, which she intended to pursue in the library she had confirmed existed on the palace grounds. She knew the Queen's reputation for keeping her word. She knew the palace's east tower, its window facing the city, the kitchen gate with its simple iron bar. She had researched all of it, had prepared for it, had made the best contingencies she could manufacture from available materials, and she was walking into it with open eyes, and this was either the bravest thing she had ever done or the most elaborate avoidance strategy she had ever constructed, and she did not yet know which, and had decided not to resolve that question until she was somewhere her mother could not reach her. The Vaereth estate disappeared behind a hill. The morning opened around her, gray-green and enormous and entirely indifferent, the kind of morning that did not organize itself around any particular person's feelings, and Ysol looked at the road ahead and allowed herself, very carefully, in the contained way she allowed most things she could not yet name, to feel the shape of what she had done. She had chosen the cage. For the first time in her life, she had chosen it herself. The road was long. She folded her hands on the pommel. She watched the horizon until the estate was entirely behind her and the only direction available was forward, which was not something she had experienced at length before, and which was, she found, not entirely comfortable and not entirely unlike the first breath after a very long time of not breathing. She thought, "I have always been someone's most important piece." She thought, "For the next 3 months, I am going to be mine." She rode toward Velmoor and did not let herself smile, because the guard beside her would have reported it, and her mother would have received a letter noting that the prisoner appeared in good spirits upon departure, and even now, even here, on the road between one cage and another, Ysol performed for the room she was in. But the thought was there, small and precise and entirely her own. She carried it north with everything else. Chapter 2. What Queens Are Made Of. The Veldran Compact was 412 years old, and it read like something written in a single sitting by a very tired woman who had decided that clarity was more important than mercy. Maren respected it for this. She sat alone in her study at the third bell of the evening, the palace quiet around her in the particular way of places that have learned to sleep through a war, not peacefully, exactly, but with the kind of practiced endurance that passed for peace when peace was not available. The candles had burned to their second half. She had been here since the first bell, which she did not find unusual. She slept badly on evenings before significant arrangements, and this was, by any accounting, a significant arrangement. The compact was open to its 12th provision. She knew the 12th provision by memory, had known it for 3 years, had carried it with a particular weight of things that could not be set down, but she read it again anyway because she was the kind of person who preferred precision to comfort, and precision required verification, even of things you were certain of. The 12th provision stated that the houses named in the instrument shall, within the span of the current monarch's reign, be brought to such ruin as renders them incapable of political action within the Queendom of Velmoor, its territories, and its recognized allies. The monarch who bears this oath carries it personally, and it does not transfer. She rubbed the scar on her left forearm. She did not notice she was doing this. The scar was from a campaign she did not discuss, in the 3rd year of the border conflict that had defined the first half of her reign. She had come to power fast, faster than anyone, including herself, had planned for, and the war had been waiting when she arrived, already established, already expensive, with all the comfortable momentum of a thing that had been going on long enough that people had stopped being entirely certain how it had started. She had reviewed every available record. She understood now how it had started. This understanding had not yet made it stop. She had become queen at 28, in a succession that was fast and brutal, and left her very little time to grieve the person she was before it. She was 31 now, and some mornings she could feel the distance between those two women, the specific accumulation of decisions, the places where she had bent herself to the shape of the office and then stayed bent, until bending became her shape, and she had stopped examining whether it was still the correct fit. The compact was one of those places. The night before her coronation, her predecessor, the queen she had served and watched and loved, in the particular way you love someone whose flaws you understand completely and cannot fix, had told her, love and rule cannot share the same throne. You will have to choose, eventually, what kind of woman you are. Then she had handed Maren the oath and left the room. Maren had sworn it alone in the dark and had been living inside that choice ever since, governing as though the queen her predecessor described were the only version of herself she was permitted to be. It was not. She had come to understand that her predecessor was wrong. It was that the framing was a binary, and she had accepted it without argument because she had been 26 and alone in the dark and not in any condition to argue, and some choices, once made in specific circumstances, had a way of calcifying into the walls. She had not yet examined whether the walls required revision. She set the thought aside with practiced efficiency. Some things were urgent, and some things could wait. The oath was clear. The oath was correct. She believed this the way she believed in difficult and necessary things, not happily, but as a feature of the world she was operating inside. She turned the compact's page. Here, the terms of the prisoner arrangement she had agreed to, the specific language of Lady Ysol Vaereth's surrender, which Aldrich had presented and she had read, and then read again because she trusted Aldrich completely and verified everything anyway. Lady Ysol Vaereth, of the Vaereth house, surrenders voluntarily as political hostage in recognition of the terms set forth hereunder. Voluntarily. The word had a weight she had spent 3 days not examining. The Vaereth family was surrendering their daughter willingly, had calculated the benefit of doing so, had decided she was the right piece to spend. Maren had encountered women like Ysol Vaereth at court before, not Ysol specifically, but the category, graceful, expensive, deployed with precision, sustained by a kind of discipline that looked from the outside like confidence and felt, she suspected, from the inside like a very long time of not allowing oneself to want things openly. They were usually fine. They were usually trained well enough to endure their circumstances and well-positioned enough for those circumstances to be endurable. They were usually at their cores very tired. She told herself she was thinking about strategic implications. She was largely thinking about strategic implications. She closed the compact and straightened its edge against the desk. A knock at the study door. Then, without waiting for her answer, Aldrich Fenno had worked for her 3 years and had learned that no answer at this hour meant come in rather than don't. He crossed the threshold and moved to her desk with the unhurried efficiency of a man who had learned to treat difficult evenings as simply evenings. He was in full professional dress, which meant he had not been asleep. She noted this and did not remark on it. It was either personal discipline or a form of respect, and she had no need to distinguish between the two. He set a folded document on her desk, the final confirmation of the next day's arrival, and clasped his hands behind his back in the posture that meant he had more to say. The delegation left the Vaereth estate at dawn, he said. They will reach the city by midday. The Chamberlain is prepared for the reception. Good. Maren looked at the document.
Did not open it yet.
The tower arrangements are as specified? As specified. Library access is not included in the initial provisions per standard protocol for political hostages of this classification. The East Tower has been furnished appropriately to the lady's rank. He paused the precise length of a pause that meant the following sentence carried weight. The Vaereth family sent personal effects with the delegation. Some were flagged. Flagged how? One set of earrings bearing the house sigil. A correspondence seal. Both standard for a noble family wishing to ensure their representative remains visibly associated with the house, even under captivity arrangements. Aldrich's voice carried the mild quality of someone reading footnotes to a document he had already fully understood. The family is clearly invested in the lady's continued identification as a Vaereth daughter. Maren looked at the candle. The lady had no say in which personal effects were selected. That is typical of these arrangements. I know it's typical. She pressed 2 fingers flat against the desk surface, a small, contained gesture, there and gone, and moved on. The family's current position on the border negotiations? Unchanged publicly. Privately, he selected his words with specific care. The family has calculated that Lady Ysol's captivity makes them sympathetic to neutral houses currently debating their loyalties. They have already begun leveraging this in their correspondence with several of the undecided minor houses. Maren was quiet. She understood the logic. The clean, cold political elegance of transforming a daughter's captivity into a narrative of grief, and that narrative into a diplomatic resource. She understood it the way she understood most unpleasant things, completely, clearly, and without finding the comprehension sufficient to dispel what it made her feel, which she categorized briefly and filed in the place she kept feelings that were not currently useful. They must care very little for her, Aldrich said. Not with heat. He never said things with heat. It was the next logical sentence, placed with precise timing at the exact moment where it would settle with the most weight. Maren looked at him. He was examining the far edge of the desk as though it had developed some relevant feature he had not previously catalogued. That is the nature of valuable things, Maren said. The words came out level, with the flatness of something she had thought before and was not surprised to hear herself say aloud. They're spent. A silence. Outside the study, Velmoor breathed its late evening breath. Distant watch bell, wind off the upper ramparts, the occasional low creak of the palace settling into itself the way old buildings settled into wars, incrementally, without drama, with the quiet authority of structures that had stood through worse and expected to stand through worse still. Is there anything else? She asked. The delegation will require formal reception. Aldrich had moved on, which was one of the qualities she relied on him for most. I suggest 2 days' rest before beginning formal proceedings. The journey from the Western Territories is considerable, and initiating protocol before the lady has had adequate time to settle will read as pressure rather than procedure. 3 days, Maren said. 3 days. He made a note she did not see him make, which had ceased to surprise her some time ago. He moved toward the door, paused with the quality of a man who had chosen his next sentence with considerable deliberation. Your Majesty. Fenno. He looked at her over his shoulder. The lady is, by all accounts, unusually capable. She waited. I mention it as relevant context, he said. Nothing more.
He left.
Maren sat with this for a moment. Then she picked up the compact, turned back to the 12th provision and read it once more because it was the thing she could not set down, and because precision was more comfortable, this evening, than the particular discomfort of thinking about what unusually capable meant when applied to a woman whose own family had calculated her as a line item. She read until the candle needed replacing. She did not replace it. She sat in the dark, which she did sometimes when she needed to think clearly, and the candlelight was offering too many things to look at. The dark was neutral. It required nothing from her. She found this reliable in a way she could not always find the lit rooms of her palace. The compact bound her to a specific outcome. The outcome was just. She had held this belief for 3 years, and the holding had not been easy, and she had held it anyway because she did not believe in oaths that were only convenient. She believed in oaths the way she believed in load-bearing walls, because something had to hold the structure up, and if you removed the thing that was holding it, you were responsible for what fell. Her predecessor's voice, still present in every unlit room she had sat in since the coronation. You will have to choose what kind of woman you are. She had chosen. She was choosing still. Every morning she rose and wore the crown and reviewed the terms of what she had sworn and carried them through the day and set them down at night, and there was a certain integrity in this that she was privately, quietly proud of, and publicly very careful never to mention, because public pride in one's own integrity was the first sign of its erosion. Tomorrow, a woman would arrive at her palace. She would be held correctly, with precision and care and the basic dignities her rank required, because Maren's obligations extended to the treatment of her prisoners as surely as to the terms of the compact, and because cruelty would have been wrong independently of its strategic disadvantages. The distinction mattered to her. She had made it a rule, early in her reign, to hold both reasons simultaneously rather than letting one serve as cover for the other. The thing was right. It was also advantageous. Both were true, and neither canceled the other. She went to bed. She did not sleep well, which was not unusual. She lay for a long time in the dark looking at the ceiling, and the word that would not leave her was voluntarily, and she did not examine why it would not leave, because she had decided it was not yet necessary to examine it. She thought, the nature of valuable things is that they are spent. She thought, who authorized the spending of this one? She thought, with the deliberate force of a woman who had learned to govern her own mind the way she governed her court. It does not matter. The arrangement is made. Proceed correctly.
She always did.
Chapter 3. The Architecture of Arriving. The palace had 3 main gates, 2 servants' entrances, and 1 low door in the eastern kitchen yard that opened from the inside with a simple iron bar and no lock. Ysol had identified this within 40 minutes of her arrival. She was not, she told herself, planning to leave.
She simply needed to understand the shape of the place she was in.
This was the kind of thing she had done since childhood, mapping rooms, counting guards, noting the texture of a household's rhythms, and it had nothing to do with fear, and everything to do with the particular peace of mind that came from knowing, at any given moment, exactly where the door was. Even if you were not going to use it, especially if you were not going to use it. The knowledge was not the same as intent. The knowledge was simply the knowledge, and she found it necessary in the way she found most information necessary, as ballast, as grounding, as the difference between a woman in a room and a woman in a room who could leave it if she needed to. They had brought her through the main gate under escort, which was appropriate for a formal prisoner arrangement, and she had been received with a quiet efficiency she found herself respecting. No performance of defeat required, no deliberate humiliation. The chamberlain, Merrill, had conducted her transition with the particular professionalism of a man who understood that his queen's reputation for correctness extended to the treatment of her political hostages. Ysol's boxes had been carried without incident. She had been shown to the East Tower with enough courtesy to suggest respect and enough formality to suggest distance, which was, she thought, exactly the right calibration. Exactly what she had designed for. The tower room was... She stood at the center of it and turned once, slowly, a woman taking inventory, more than adequate. The bed was a real bed, not a cot. The desk had 2 drawers and faced the window. The window was tall enough to admit genuine light and had a view of the city below that was, this afternoon, gray and substantial. The market quarter visible from here, 2 sections of the outer wall, and at the far edge a line of haze that was the quality particular to a city that had a war at its edges and not yet in its streets. The fireplace was laid but not lit because it was not cold enough for lit fires at midday, which meant someone had thought about what time of year it was. This was a small thing. She noted it. There was a wardrobe. There was a reading chair near the fireplace. There was an empty bookshelf, which was either a gift or an oversight and which she intended, regardless, to fill. She crossed to the window. She watched the outer wall for 8 minutes and counted the watch pattern. She timed the gap between the changing of the guard and the moment the next patrol came into view from the corner of the north corridor. She committed these intervals to memory, adjusted for the angle of observation, noted 2 blind spots in the eastern section. Then she turned back to the room. She began to unpack with the same deliberate calm she brought to everything, partly genuine composure, partly the sediment of 28 years of practice at doing necessary things without allowing them to mean too much. She hung the gowns. She set her books on the empty shelf, arranging them by subject with quick efficiency, then caught herself and paused. She looked at the books for a moment. She left them as they were. She was not going to reorganize her own books to appear less like herself in her own room. It was a small defiance, and she permitted it. From the bottom of her smallest case, she withdrew a folded note. She pressed it flat against the desk surface for a moment, smoothing a crease that did not need smoothing. Then she placed it beside the unlit candle on the desk's corner, the way you placed a compass, deliberately, within reach, facing in a direction that meant something.
Get out and stay out.
She placed her mother's correspondence seal in the second drawer. She placed the house sigil earrings face down in the back of the first drawer and did not look at them again. She did not intend to look at them again, if she could manage it. She sat down in the reading chair and did nothing for 3 minutes. This was, she thought, a beginning. She saw the Queen for the first time that afternoon, by accident and from a distance. She had requested permission to walk in the courtyard while her room settled, meaning while she continued the internal inventory of the palace's geography that a tower window could only partially accomplish. The chamberlain had consulted someone unseen and returned with permission, along with a guard escort that kept to a respectful 3 paces behind. Close enough to be a reminder, distant enough to be a courtesy. She filed this under Maren of Velmoor, consistent in precision. Then she went out and began walking. The Queen was in the lower eastern courtyard, in conversation with a woman Ysol did not yet know. Both of them stood beside a horse that was being stubborn about its bit. The second woman, broad-shouldered, with a specific bearing of a military officer, speaking in a tone that suggested assessment rather than deference, was gesturing at something on a rolled map. The Queen was listening. Ysol stopped at the courtyard's edge and observed. The Queen stood the way the courtyard belonged to her. Not aggressively, not as a performance of possession, but with the quiet certainty of someone who had long since internalized the ground beneath her feet as hers and had therefore stopped thinking about it at all. This was different from performance. Ysol knew performance. She had worn it for so many years it had become a second skin, and she knew how to recognize it in others. What the Queen wore was not a performance. It was simply the shape of a person who had been this kind of person long enough that the shape had set. She was tall, broader through the shoulders than her formal portrait suggested. Ysol had reviewed those portraits, which were court-commissioned and therefore optimized for specific impressions, and the reality was somewhat more physical, more actual, than the portraits accounted for. She listened with her whole body, the woman beside her speaking, and the quality of the listening was genuine, not the tactical stillness of someone waiting for their turn. Actual, present attention.
She looked at the map,
said something brief, too distant to hear. The military woman paused, reconsidered, said something back that had the shape of a concession. The Queen received this without visible satisfaction, which Ysol noted. People accustomed to being correct did not always receive concessions gracefully. Some performed magnanimity. Some couldn't help the display of vindication. Maren of Velmoor displayed nothing. Either she found correctness unremarkable, or she was very well trained in not performing her victories. Both were possible. She filed both. Then someone brought tea. The Queen took a cup without looking at it and drank from it, and made no face at all. Bitter, Ysol thought. Too much so. She noted the specificity of her own observation, found it mild and unremarkable, and moved on. She looked briefly at the wall beside the kitchen entrance. The low door. The iron bar. She marked the position relative to the tower's footprint, the angle of the servants' stairs she had passed on the way down, the number of steps between the laundry passage and the exterior latch. 32 steps. She might revise that estimate once she had the opportunity to walk it at pace. She was not planning to walk it at pace. She simply preferred to know. The Queen finished her tea. The military woman rolled the map. Ysol turned from the courtyard and walked back toward the tower with the composed unhurriedness of a woman who had no particular interest in anything she had just seen. She was very interested in what she had just seen. On her second day in the tower, she tried for the library. She had not, technically, been given access to it. She had also not been explicitly denied access, because no one had anticipated she would navigate through the East Wing's main corridor and up to the second-level passage during a period when the guard escort was briefly occupied directing a delivery that had arrived at the wrong storeroom. She had not engineered this. She had simply observed the delivery being misdirected and noted that 3 minutes were available, which was enough to confirm the library's location, the weight of its door, and the fact that it was unlocked.
She did not go in.
That would have been reckless, and she was not reckless. She filed the confirmation and returned to the tower. But she had looked at it. She had looked at it the way she sometimes looked at things she wanted and did not expect to be given, with a particular stillness of wanting something you have not yet decided whether to ask for, which was the most transparent expression of desire she generally permitted herself in public spaces. She was not, she thought afterward, entirely unobserved. She could not have said what gave her this impression. It was nothing as definite as a footstep or a turned head. It was simply the quality of the silence as she turned away from the library door, a particular density to it, the kind that sometimes accompanied being seen. She dismissed it. She was, she knew, prone to this sensation in new environments. The hypervigilance of a woman who had spent her whole life being watched, turned inward until she watched herself. She returned to the tower. She stood at the window and looked at the city breathing below her in the gray-green manner of an afternoon in a city at war. Everything slightly muted, slightly watchful, the way a place moved when it was not certain of its own future and had decided to be careful about momentum. She had read about Velmoor in some depth before coming here. The history, the legal structure, the specific provisions of the Veldran Compact in its original language, Queen Maren of Velmoor's reign as documented in 3 years of available public record. She knew the Queen's reputation as a woman of precise obligations. She knew the peculiarity of the Compact's 12th provision, its language, its age, the reign in which it had been written, and what that reign had required of the woman who wrote it. She knew something else, which she had confirmed in the Vaereth family's legal archive before leaving home. The Compact's 12th provision had a history of interpretation. Not many cases,
but some.
She had been thinking about that history for 7 months. She turned from the window and sat down at the desk. She opened the first drawer and found a fresh sheet of paper, which she looked at for a moment without writing anything on it. She was not ready to write to Tef yet. She did not know how to explain what this place felt like from the inside, which was something she had not anticipated, not knowing. She had anticipated the tower, the view, the watch rotation, the iron bar on the kitchen gate. She had not anticipated the particular quality of the silence here, the way it did not press. She was so accustomed to silence that pressed. Silence that was the absence of a question waiting to be answered, of a requirement waiting to be met. The silence in this room was simply the absence of sound, which was a thing she had not had reliable access to in longer than she could clearly identify. She sat in it for a while, the blank paper in front of her, and did nothing with it. Then she set the paper down and went back to the window, and she looked at the city until the evening light changed color, and she let herself feel the strange, uncomfortable sensation of having arrived somewhere. She woke before the first watch bell on her first night, and lay in the dark, counting. The first watch bell sounded at the 2nd hour of morning, a single sustained tone from the northern tower, then the shorter answer from the eastern wall, then silence. She counted the gap until the patrol she had mapped past her window, measured it against her estimate from the afternoon, adjusted by 4 seconds. She noted this. Then she lay still and let the palace continue sleeping around her. There was, she thought, a particular quality to the way this building breathed. Old buildings breathed with authority, with the solidity of structures that expected to outlast their inhabitants and had stopped being polite about it. The Vaereth estate had breathed the same way, but its authority was the authority of a place that had been lived in too long by the same family, which had a texture of accumulation, of sediment, of everyone who had ever occupied it still present in the walls. This palace breathed differently. It breathed like a place that had belonged to many people and had outlasted them all and was, on the subject of its own continuity, entirely indifferent to their individual contributions to it. She found this, unexpectedly, restful. In the morning she would make a direct request for library access. She would ask, not maneuver, not engineer, simply ask, in the direct way she rarely used because direct asking was a form of acknowledging that you wanted something, and she had learned, expensively, to be careful with that. She would ask, and she would see what Maren Ashval's court did with an honest request. She thought about the queen standing in the courtyard, the way she listened, the way she stood on ground that was hers without needing to announce it. She thought about the bitter tea. She reached over and settled the note from Tef beside the candle, in the small yellow circle the flame made against the dark room. She looked at it for a while. Then she closed her eyes. The city breathed outside her window. The bells counted the hours with the steady indifference of bells that had been counting these hours since before she was born, and would count them still when she was gone. Ysol lay in her chosen cage and felt, for the first time in as long as she could clearly remember, the absence of her family's walls pressing at every surface around her. The absence of being known by everyone in a building in a way that exhausted her. The absence of the Vaereth estate's specific texture of surveillance, the way that House had always known where she was. No one in this palace knew her. Not yet. Not the way her family knew her, which was to say, not as a function. She thought, 32 steps between the laundry passage and the kitchen gate. She thought, I am so tired of counting steps. She blew out the candle and lay in the dark and waited for sleep, which came slowly, as it always did, but came. Chapter 4. The Weight of Willing. The audience chamber was not the throne room. Maren had made this decision 2 days ago and had not explained it to anyone because it was not the kind of decision that required explanation. It was the kind that simply happened and then was noted. The throne room was for declarations. For formal decisions that needed the weight of the room behind them, the height of the ceiling, the full apparatus of the crown as physical presence. This was a prisoner arrangement, a political formality. It called for protocol, not theater. She stood instead in the smaller receiving hall, a raised chair that was not quite a throne, Velmoor's colors and the hanging behind her, Aldrich to her left in his formal capacity. At the door, Sable Drun stood with the particular stillness of a woman who had decided her presence was necessary and had not asked permission, which was her standard approach to most things. Maren had not asked her to be there. She had also not asked her to leave. The door opened. Lady Ysol Vaereth was shown in. Maren's first impression was composed. She revised this immediately, not composed, correct. There was a distinction she had found between people whose stillness came from having achieved a genuine state of equilibrium and people whose stillness came from a great deal of practice at performing equilibrium, and this woman's was very clearly the latter. The performance was exceptional. Exceptional enough that recognizing it as performance required a specific quality of attention. She was paying it. Ysol Vaereth was. Maren observed this with the same methodical neutrality she brought to all relevant intelligence, beautiful in the way political families arranged for their instruments to be beautiful, precisely, demonstrably, with a kind of visible calculation that should have made the beauty less effective and did not. Brown skin, warm undertones, the kind that held candlelight well. Dark eyes, heavy-lidded, with a quality of stillness that Maren found, immediately, difficult to read. Medium height, and the posture of a woman who had been taught to take up exactly as much space as was required and no more. She wore the Vaereth crimson still. She had not yet been given access to any other wardrobe, which was standard, and she wore it the way she wore everything else, as though she had chosen it herself, which Maren was quite certain she had not. She made the formal bow of greeting, precisely the right depth for the rank differential, neither deferential enough to suggest submission nor shallow enough to suggest challenge, and when she straightened her face was arranged in an expression Maren categorized, after a moment, as attentive courtesy with nothing useful underneath it. The attentive courtesy was the performance. The nothing useful underneath was the interesting part. Lady Ysol, she said, you are received. Your Majesty. Her voice was clear and even, and held nothing that could be examined. The audience proceeded through its provisions. Maren had the protocol memorized, so, she suspected, had the woman in front of her. Terms of confinement, Confirmed. Correspondence privileges, with reviewed limitations. Confirmed. Freedom of movement within the East Towers level and the central courtyard. Confirmed. Access to formal court activities at the Queen's invitation. Confirmed. It was a precise, efficient exchange in which both women said the correct things at the correct moments with the mutual understanding of two people reading from the same score, in the same key, having practiced the same piece. At the end, Maren asked the required closing question. Do you accept these terms willingly? A pause that lasted exactly the correct length. Yes, Your Majesty. Everything correct. Maren looked at her across the distance of the receiving hall and worked, with the patient, systematic attention she had spent years developing, to find the seam. She could not find it. Every person she had ever interviewed, prisoner or ally, court noble or foreign emissary, had some internal seam where the performed presentation met the actual person underneath, some slight variation in register where the two layers failed to precisely align. She read these the way Aldrich read contracts, patiently, looking for the place where language diverged from intent. She had been doing this since before she was queen. Ysol Vaereth gave her nothing. Not in the way of a woman actively concealing something, in the way of a woman who had built the performance so deeply into her architecture that the seam was simply not accessible from any external angle. Whatever lived beneath the correct posture and the even voice and the attentive expression was not visible from here, possibly from nowhere. Possibly it had been inaccessible for so long that even its occupant had difficulty locating it. Maren was, reluctantly, impressed. The audience concluded. She gave the formal dismissal. Ysol made the correct bow and turned to be escorted back to the East Tower, and Maren was already reaching for the next document in the day's stack when, in her peripheral vision, she saw Ysol look at the library. Just looked. The corridor was wide enough that the passage took the library's door through the frame of Isol's view, and she turned her head very slightly, very briefly, the micro-adjustment of a woman noting a landmark, and then looked away and continued walking with the same unreadable composure she had maintained throughout the audience. It was nothing. A glance that lasted less than 2 seconds. Maren noticed it. She thought about it for the rest of the morning, between the trade delegation briefing and the council review and the correspondence stack that Aldrich sorted by urgency before she arrived and that she resorted by her own method after he left, which he had never commented on. She thought about it with the persistent, low-grade attention of someone whose existing model had been presented with something that did not fit cleanly. The woman's family had selected her, had sent her here deliberately, had calculated her surrender as more useful than her freedom, had sent the house sigil earrings to ensure she remained visibly theirs even in captivity. And the woman had looked at the library the way someone looks at something they want but do not expect to be given, with a particular quality of wanting that has already begun performing its own suppression, the reflexive editing of one's own desire before it has fully formed. Maren knew how to read that look, had seen it before, had, in the years before her coronation when she was learning to be whatever the crown required, worn it herself. She called the chamberlain in during the mid-morning. The ladies' tower arrangements, she said, without looking up from the dispatch she was working through. Add library access. A pause. The standard protocol for political hostages of this classification does not include. I know what the standard protocol includes. She turned a page. Add it. Yes, Your Majesty. He withdrew. Maren finished the dispatch. Set it in the outgoing correspondence stack. She did not examine why she had made the decision, because there was a strategic rationale available and she preferred to use it. A prisoner with library access was a prisoner engaged productively, a prisoner less likely to be disruptive, a cleaner arrangement for all involved. This was reasonable. This was defensible. She allowed it to stand without further inspection. At the end of the day, she found Sable in the war room, reviewing border maps in the particular focused quiet of a woman who did her best thinking when no one was watching. Sable looked up when Maren came in and said nothing, which meant she had something to say and was choosing her moment. Maren crossed to the table. She reviewed the updated position markers. She said, without quite meaning to begin a conversation, "The Vaereth woman arrived. I know. I was at the door." "I know you were." "How was the audience?" Maren moved a dispatch marker 3 inches to the left, which it needed. "Correct." That's not an answer. It is.
She looked at the map.
She's precise. Sable set down her marker pen. She turned to face Maren with the unhurried attention of a woman who had decided this conversation needed her full weight. Precise. She gave me nothing. I couldn't find the seam. Sable was quiet for a moment. That's not nothing coming from you. It's interesting. Interesting, Sable said, in the neutral tone she used for words she was storing for later use. She picked up the pen again. Is she frightened? Maren thought of the unreadable expression. The correct bow. The 2-second look at the library door. I don't know. I couldn't tell. So, either she's the most disciplined person you've ever met, or the most frightened. Yes. Those aren't different things, Maren. A silence. Maren let it sit. Sable said things like that, simple, devastating things, delivered flatly in the register of field intelligence, and Maren had learned to let them sit, because arguing with them was usually a way of not sitting with them, and sitting with them was usually the thing that needed doing. I added library access to her arrangements, Maren said. Sable looked at her. Standard protocol doesn't include that. I know. Any reason? She noticed it as they passed the corridor. Maren heard how this sounded. It was, in fact, precisely how it had happened. She looked at it the way someone looks at something they want but don't expect to be given. Sable was quiet for what felt like a considerable time. Then, with the careful precision of a woman who had chosen her exact words before opening her mouth, you gave a political prisoner library access because she wanted it. I gave a political prisoner library access because a productive prisoner is a stable prisoner and the strategic rationale is documented. Right. Sable made a small notation on the map. She was doing the thing Maren recognized as her most dangerous state, thinking while appearing to be occupied by something else. Nothing else to report, Your Majesty. Maren left the war room and walked back through the palace's evening corridors with the awareness of a woman who had made a defensible decision and was encountering the mild irritation of not being entirely certain she had made it for only the defensible reasons. She passed the library corridor. She did not look at the door. She went back to her study and opened the compact to the 12th provision because the compact was clear and present and unambiguous, and because it reminded her of the shape of her obligations, which was clarifying in a way she sometimes needed. She read it. She thought, the most frightened. She thought, those aren't different things. She thought, for one unguarded moment, of the exact quality of Ysol Vaereth's look at the library door, the recognition of wanting followed immediately by its suppression, and felt something she did not examine move briefly through her, and then she picked the compact back up and moved on to the 15th provision, which concerned territorial claims and made no reference to libraries or the expressions of women who had spent their entire lives being spent by other people. She read until the candle needed replacing. This time, she replaced it and kept reading because the compact was the shape of what she had sworn and she was the queen who had sworn it, and there was no useful alternative to clarity, and she had always, in the end, preferred clarity. She always did. Chapter 5. Access granted. The notification came through the chamberlain at the second morning bell, delivered with the specific neutrality of a man who had been instructed to present it as unremarkable. Library access has been added to your arrangements, my lady. The hours are 6th bell to 9th bell, morning and afternoon. A guard escort will accompany you to and from. Ysol looked at him. Has this been standard practice? She asked. She kept her voice pleasant and her face precisely as empty as it needed to be, which was a skill she had been practicing since before she had words for it. It has been added to your arrangements specifically, he said, with the practiced neutrality of a man who did not editorialize. She thanked him. He withdrew. She sat at the edge of the desk in her tower room and looked at Teff's note beside the candle and did not move for a moment. It was a small thing, administratively small, a 2-sentence addition to a prisoner's provisions, requiring no more effort than a word to a chamberlain. She understood this. She was, in fact, excellent at understanding the scale of gestures relative to their cost, had spent years developing this particular skill as a survival mechanism, because misreading a small gesture as large was a way of making yourself vulnerable, and she had learned not to do it. She sat with it anyway. She had not earned it. She had not negotiated for it, had not performed for it, had not offered anything in exchange. She had looked at a door, had looked at it the way she looked at most things she wanted and did not expect to be given, which was to say briefly, and without acknowledging the looking even to herself, and someone had seen and given and asked nothing in return.
She was not accustomed to this.
She was not, she realized, sitting here with the feeling of someone receiving a strategic asset. She was sitting here with the feeling of someone who had been given something they wanted for no reason except that they wanted it, which was a feeling she had almost no catalog for, and which she found, unexpectedly and somewhat inconveniently, difficult to file away. She set it aside.
She dressed.
She went to the library. The library was in the palace's northern wing, second level, exactly where the architectural records had indicated. It was a long room, longer than she had anticipated from the exterior, with tall south-facing windows that admitted the morning light in clean bands across the reading tables, and shelves that ran floor to ceiling on the interior walls, interrupted only by a narrow iron stair to the upper gallery. The books were arranged with the specific idiosyncratic logic of a collection that had been organized and reorganized by several different people over many years, each adding their own system in partial revision of the last. She found this immediately legible. She had grown up in a household library organized the same way. The guard escort took a position outside the door. She had expected this. She moved through the room with the unhurried manner of a woman browsing, which she was, in the sense that she was also assessing, cataloging, beginning the systematic inventory of a resource she intended to use thoroughly. She went first to the legal histories because she had been going first to legal histories since she was 15, and it was both genuine preference and old habit. The Veldran Compact's full text was on the third shelf of the legal archive section, the original bound volume, she noted, as well as 2 sets of transcribed copies in later hands. She took the original and sat down at the reading table nearest the south window, where the light was best. She knew the compact. She had read it 3 times before coming here, had read it twice more in the days since her arrival from the copies she had brought. But she had not had access to this copy, the oldest one, with the marginalia. She opened it carefully, the way you open something that had been handled by many hands over many years, and she read. The marginalia began in the second provision and did not stop until the final page. They were written in at least 4 distinct hands spanning what looked like several generations of use, and they ranged from terse corrections to extended arguments that spilled into the narrow borders and occasionally continued on slips of paper tucked between the pages. 3 of the hands she could not identify. The 4th she recognized within 2 pages. It was the same hand as the annotations in the volume beside it. She set the compact aside and pulled the adjacent book from the shelf, A History of Velmoor's Treaty Law, 3rd Century, to present. She opened it. The annotations were there, the same fine, precise handwriting, the same habit of marking disputed interpretations with a small bracket in the margin, and then writing the objection in full on a separate slip. Careful, marginal, decades old. She checked the front matter. There was no name, but the annotations referenced a specific ruling, the Aldris case, 3rd century, a precedent she had flagged herself in her own research, with what appeared to be genuine familiarity. Not citing it from a distance, writing about it the way you wrote about something you had thought through at length. She considered this. Aldrich Fenno had been Lord Chancellor for at least 3 queens.
He read the same text she read.
He had been thinking about the compact's 3rd century precedents for, by the evidence of the handwriting, at least 20 years. She sat back in her chair and looked at the south window and the morning light coming through it, very clean and very ordinary, and she let herself think about what it meant that the man who ran Velmoor's legal machinery had been annotating the Aldris precedent in the margins of the compact for 20 years. It meant one of 2 things. Either he had always been looking for the 3rd path and had found it, or he had always been looking for it, and was still looking. Either way, the architecture of the situation was more interesting than she had anticipated. She set the treaty law history carefully back on its shelf. She returned to the compact. She read it slowly this time, following the marginalia, tracing the arguments as they developed across the decades, building in her mind the shape of the legal question that had been living in these pages long before she arrived to ask it. An hour passed. She did not notice. The guard escort knocked at the hour to indicate the morning session was ending. She looked up with the mild disorientation of a woman returning from a long distance, noted the time, and began marking her place. She was not a person who turned pages down. She used a slip of paper from the stack on the reading table, positioned it precisely at the beginning of the fourth provision's marginal argument, and closed the volume. She sat for a moment before standing. This was the first room in years, she thought, that no one had designed for her. The library had not been arranged with her in mind. It had been arranged for whoever came to use it, and she was one of those people, and that was all. The light came through the south windows the same way it came through them every morning regardless of who was sitting at this table. The books held their arguments the same way regardless of who was reading them. The room did not know she was there in the way her family's house had always known she was there, did not organize itself around her presence, did not change its quality based on what she was or was not doing. She was, she realized, being allowed to simply exist inside a room for a few hours. This was, she thought, an extraordinary thing to notice. She rose, tucked the compact carefully back onto its shelf, and walked to the door. She came back in the afternoon. The guard escort had changed, but the position outside the door had not. She settled back at the same table, in the same chair, pulled the compact again, and opened to the slip of paper she had left. The fourth provision's marginalia was a sustained argument about the phrase such ruin as renders them incapable, specifically about what incapable meant, whether it required the permanent dissolution of the House as a legal entity or whether it admitted of a construction in which the House's political power was eliminated while its members continued to exist as private individuals. The primary annotation, in what she now recognized as the oldest hand, argued for the narrower reading. The second hand, 50, perhaps 60 years later, disagreed at length. The third hand, which had only annotated a few provisions, had written in the margin beside this argument, "See Aldris, year 3 of that reign." This question was litigated. And then, in the fourth hand, Aldrich's hand, case held for the broader reading, the people survived. For words, written with the specific economy of someone who had already decided what they meant and had nothing to add. Ysol looked at this for a long time. She was not a woman who was easily surprised. She had spent enough years in environments where things were never quite what they appeared on the surface that she had developed, as a matter of survival, the practice of looking beneath the surface before she reacted to it. And she was not, she reminded herself, certain of anything here. She had 4 words and a margin of a book, and an inference, and the knowledge that Aldrich Fenno had been the Lord Chancellor of Velmoor for a very long time.
But
she smoothed the fabric over her knee. Once, twice, the small self-contained gesture she used when she was moved and trying not to show it, the one that was entirely hers and that she hoped no one had catalogued, and she let herself sit with what she was thinking. Someone in this palace had been working on the compact's third path for 20 years. She did not know if it had been for her. She was not foolish enough to think it had been for her specifically, because nothing in this palace was for her specifically. Not yet. But someone had been building the architecture of a possible resolution long before she arrived, and the library access had been given without asking, and the annotations were there in the margin in Aldrich Fenno's careful hand.
the people survived.
She set the compact down. She looked at the afternoon light in the south window, which was lower now, more golden, the quality of light that came at the turn between afternoon and evening when Velmoor's city below her would be beginning its shift from the industry of the day to the quieter business of dusk. She picked up a fresh piece of paper from the stack on the table. She dipped the pen. She did not know what she was going to write until she had written it, a list of the compact's provisions, annotated in her own hand, with the specific legal questions she intended to pursue in each. Not for anyone else. Not as a plan she intended to share. Just her thinking, made visible on paper, the way she had always done her best work, by writing it down, by making the architecture of an idea external enough that she could see whether it held. She wrote for the remaining hour of the afternoon session. She wrote with the focused, narrow pleasure of a woman doing something she was genuinely good at, in a room that did not want anything from her, in a light that did not care who she was. When the guard knocked, she folded the paper and put it in her pocket. She was aware, walking back through the palace corridor toward the East Tower, of a sensation she could not immediately name. It was not happiness. Exactly, it was quieter than happiness, less urgent. It was something closer to the feeling she had sometimes in the early morning in the tower room, listening to the city breathe, the specific, careful pleasure of a person who is, for a few hours at a time, simply where she is. She did not name it. She carried it back to the tower and set it beside Tef's note on the desk and let it be there, unnamed, without requiring anything of it. That seemed, she thought, like the correct way to hold it for now. Chapter 6. What She's Worth. The intelligence came from the front 3 weeks into the arrangement, delivered by a courier who had ridden through the night and arrived at the palace with the road still on him. Sable brought the report to Maren directly, which meant it was either urgent or she thought Maren needed to hear it from her rather than from a document. It was both. The Vaereth family has been conducting what I can only describe as a grief campaign, Sable said. She was standing in the war room with the map behind her and the report in her hand, and her voice had the flat precision she used when she was delivering information she did not enjoy. 3 audiences with minor houses in the past fortnight. House Vaereth has attended all of them personally. The message, and I am quoting the field summary here, is that their family has made a tremendous sacrifice for the peace process and that their daughter suffers alone in foreign captivity. Maren was quiet. The targeting is precise, Sable continued. The 3 houses she's approached are all currently weighing their position on the Northern Territorial question. 2 of them have been sympathetic. One sent flowers to the Vaereth estate, which is either genuine condolence or the most elaborately diplomatic floral arrangement in Velmoor's recent history. What do the field assessors say about the traction? That it's working. Slowly, but working. Sable set the report on the table. She was watching Maren the way she watched her when she expected a reaction she could not predict. The campaign positions us as the party who holds an innocent woman against her family's grief. It does not address the war. It does not address the Vaereth family's documented role in the border tensions. It is purely emotional. It is tactically elegant. Maren looked at the map. The border positions had not shifted in 3 weeks, a stillness that was less like peace and more like 2 sides catching their breath. She had spent the morning on supply allocation and the afternoon on the Western fortification reports, and the work had been the particular kind that required sustained attention without offering much in return, the kind that left her at the end of the day with the specific exhaustion of a woman who had been useful but not, in any meaningful way, interested. This was different. This was the kind of intelligence that moved through her like cold water, clarifying and unwelcome in equal measure. The Vaereth family was using their daughter's captivity as a sympathy instrument. This was not surprising. She had known it was likely. Aldrich had signaled as much in the briefing the night before Ysol's arrival, had placed the observation about the family caring very little for their daughter with the specific timing of a man who had already seen this kind of move played before. She had known. The knowing had not made it easier to receive the confirmation. Is there a strategic response? She asked. Sable considered. Several. We could counter the narrative publicly, point to the documented evidence of the Vaereth family's role in the border tensions, which would reframe the arrangement as a political consequence rather than a cruelty. The problem is that it draws more attention to the prisoner arrangement at a moment when I'd rather the minor houses be thinking about the territorial question.
It also, she paused.
Also what? It makes the lady a subject of public discussion, which she currently isn't, technically. She's here under the terms of the compact, which is a matter of court record, but most of the minor houses are not reading court records. If we engage the narrative, she becomes visible. Maren said nothing. Sable was right, and the rightness of it sat in the room between them with the particular weight of things that were correct and unpleasant simultaneously. I can think of another response, Sable said. Her voice had shifted slightly, not softer, but more careful. We do nothing publicly, and we ensure the prisoner's conditions are impeccable. If House Vaereth is performing grief, the best counter is to make certain her daughter is demonstrably well. It does not win the narrative. It simply refuses to let the narrative be entirely true. It isn't true now.
No.
But the conditions of truth and the conditions of belief are different battlefields, and we're currently losing on the second one. Sable picked up the report. The other option is to proceed as if none of this is happening, which is also a choice, and one that has the advantage of not requiring us to decide anything. Maren moved to the window. The city below was in its late afternoon movement, the shift change at the market, the school children released from the afternoon session in the lower quarter, the particular energy of a city that was, despite everything, still doing the work of being a city. She had always found this useful to look at when her thoughts required anchoring. Velmoor did not stop functioning because she was standing at a window having a difficult thought. She had been thinking about correctness since the arrangement began, had been thinking about it every morning when she reviewed the compact and every evening when she set it down, this careful architecture of what she owed and to whom. She owed the oath its execution. She owed the prisoner her correct treatment. She did not owe anyone the pretense that the two were always comfortable to hold simultaneously. The woman in the East Tower was reading her library, was sitting at the south window table in the mornings and afternoons. The Chamberlain had reported this, not as surveillance but as a standard condition report, and Maren had read it and noted it with the specific attention she gave to information she was not yet certain what to do with. She was not disrupting anything. She was not making demands. She was not, as far as anyone could tell, performing grief. She was reading law. Maren thought about this, about a woman who had been surrendered by her family and had gone directly to the legal archive,
About what that meant.
about whether it meant anything. Continue monitoring the Vaereth family's movements, she said. No public response. Make a note in the conditions report that the prisoner has unrestricted library access and full use of the courtyard. If the family's correspondence becomes a formal diplomatic concern, I want the record of her treatment to be unimpeachable. It already is. Then make sure it continues to be. She turned from the window. And Sable. Sable looked up from where she was making a notation. The grief campaign, Maren said. What does it tell you about how the family expects us to behave? Sable considered this, with the genuine consideration she gave to questions she found interesting. That they assume we'll be careless, or cruel, or, at minimum, indifferent. They're building a narrative of suffering because they expect there to be sufficient suffering to sustain it. Yes. Maren moved toward the door. And what does it tell you about what they know of their daughter? A pause. That they believe she'd suffer here. Under any circumstances. They believe she suffered there, Maren said. They're simply not aware that's the relevant comparison. She left before Sable could respond. She did not know entirely why she had said it, except that it was true, and she had a habit of saying true things at the moment they became unavoidable, which was a quality she considered both a strength and occasionally a liability. She walked through the palace's middle corridor toward the east wing and did not, she told herself, have a destination in mind. She was simply walking. The working day had been long, and the intelligence report had been the kind that required some distance to metabolize, and walking through a palace was a reasonable way to create distance. She found herself at the entrance to the East Tower corridor. She stood there for a moment. Then she did what she had come to do, which was what she had been pretending she was not coming to do. She went up the stairs. The guard at the tower landing came to attention. Maren told him to stand down and knocked at the door herself, which was irregular. She did not generally knock at the doors of rooms she was going to enter regardless of the answer, and she was aware of this irregularity, and she knocked anyway.
A pause.
Then, come in. Ysol Vaereth was sitting at the desk near the window, a book open in front of her and a folded piece of paper near her hand. She rose when Maren entered, the correct formal motion, smooth and unhurried, and her expression arranged itself immediately into the attentive courtesy that Maren had been unable to find the seam in. She was in the dark blue Maren had arranged for her in the second week, a quiet revision to the wardrobe provisions, unremarked upon, offered without explanation.
She noted this.
Your Majesty, Lady Ysol. Maren looked at the room. It had been lived in now, not dramatically, but in the way rooms became inhabited. The books on the shelf arranged by subject rather than as decoration, a pen left beside the inkwell rather than returned to its case, the window cracked to the evening air. The house sigil earrings were, she noted, not visible. I apologize for the hour. The briefest pause. Not at all. I wanted to verify that the library access has been satisfactory. It has.
No elaboration.
The courtesy was impeccable and gave nothing away. Maren stood in the center of the room and had the specific experience of finding herself uncertain how to proceed, which was not a common experience for her. She had come here, she acknowledged privately, because she had been sitting with an intelligence report about the Vaereth family's grief campaign, and she had wanted, without quite knowing why, to see the woman that campaign was being built around. To see whether the woman knew. To see whether the woman was, in fact, suffering. She was not, as far as Maren could read, suffering. She was composed, careful, exactly as she had been in every interaction. She was also, Maren noticed, standing in the way of a person who has been interrupted in something and is waiting with patience for the interruption to conclude. Is there anything else the arrangements require? Maren asked. No, Your Majesty. And then, after the shortest pause, the kind that preceded something the speaker had decided to say and was deciding whether to say, the library is extensive. I've found it useful. The word was almost right and not quite. Maren watched her use it, watched the slight, nearly invisible adjustment as useful was selected in place of whatever the actual word had been. She did not know what the actual word had been.
She found she wanted to.
I'm glad, she said. And then, because the honest response to an almost right word was sometimes simply to offer a clearer one. It should be. It's a good library. Something shifted, very slightly, in Ysol's expression. Not much, not enough for anyone less attentive to catch, but something. It was not softness, exactly. It was more like the particular quality of a face that has been arranged for a long time encountering, briefly, a reason to not be quite so arranged. It was gone in a moment. It is, Ysol said. The legal archive in particular. I've been spending most of my time there. I know. And then, because she had said it without thinking and there was no graceful way to unsay it, the Chamberlain's condition reports. Of course. No change in expression. I assumed they existed. Standard procedure, Maren said, which was true and also not, she felt, the most illuminating thing she had ever said. She looked briefly at the window, the evening light, the city below. Your Majesty, Ysol said. Her voice was even and precise. Was there anything specific you needed to know? It was not a challenge. It was, Maren thought, precisely what it appeared to be, a direct question from a woman who was accustomed to managing ambiguity and had decided to try, for whatever reason, directness instead. The specific quality of it, the decision behind it, visible to Maren in the microsecond before the words arrived, was interesting. No, Maren said. I wanted to check that the conditions were correct. They are.
Good.
She moved toward the door. She stopped with her hand on the frame and said, without turning back, because turning back felt like more than she intended to give, let me know if you need anything else. She said it the way she said most things she meant to mean less than they did. She said it the way she might have said it to any prisoner in any tower in any arrangement, which was exactly as true and as insufficient as that sentence tended to be. She went back down the stairs and through the east corridor and did not examine, as she walked, the specific quality of Ysol Vaereth's almost right word, or the thing that had moved, very briefly, in her expression, or the fact that Maren's chest had the specific unease of a woman who has done something she intended to be small and is now uncertain of its actual size. The compact was on her desk. She would read it when she got back. That helped, usually. She went back to her study. She read the compact. It helped, somewhat, less than usual. Chapter 7. The Language of Leverage. She stood at the window for a long time after the Queen left. Not thinking exactly. She was always thinking. The machinery of her mind did not stop for sentiment, had not been built to stop, had been trained since childhood to keep processing even when the rest of her wanted to simply be still for a moment. But the thinking was quieter than usual, less directed. It was the kind of thinking that was mostly just sitting with something, turning it over without pressing it toward a conclusion. Maren Ashvale had come to the tower to check on her. Not check on her. Check on the conditions of the arrangement. That was the stated purpose. That was the purpose that had a place in the ledger of appropriate prisoner management that could be entered into the condition reports that served a documented function. Ysol was, by any professional measure, excellent at reading the gap between stated purpose and actual purpose. She had been reading that gap her whole life. She read it in the particular quality of the knock. The queen knocked, which was irregular for someone who could enter any room she chose, and in the forward question that served as the opening. Is there anything else the arrangements require? A question that had a bureaucratic form and was not, she thought, arriving for a bureaucratic reason. She had seen the queen notice the absence of the house sigil earrings, had watched the brief, controlled scan of the room, the specific pause at the desk where the books were, had watched the queen's face do what very controlled faces did when they were operating correctly, almost nothing, with the occasional almost nothing that was a fraction more loaded than the rest. She had offered the almost right word on purpose. Useful, because what she had actually wanted to say was something like, "It is the first room in years where I have been allowed to simply read," and that sentence was not available to her in this context, not yet, possibly not for a long time, because it was too honest, and honesty had costs that she was not yet prepared to accurately estimate. She had expected the queen to accept the almost right word and move on. That was what people usually did with almost right words. They accepted the substitute and continued because the substitute was close enough, and pressing for the real word was either unnecessary or impolite or both. She had been offering almost right words for years, and it had never once occurred to anyone to try to offer her a clearer one. It should be. It's a good library. She pressed the flat of her hand against the desk surface and let herself, for one unguarded moment, feel how much that sentence had cost her composure. Not the sentence itself, which was simple and entirely unremarkable. The fact that it had been said at all. The fact of it, small and plain, offered without calculation, in the direct way of someone who understood what the almost right word was and had decided to clarify it anyway. Ysol was a person who noticed things. She noticed the queen's scar and the way she rubbed it without knowing, noticed the tea that was always bitter, noticed the specific quality of Maren's silences, which she was beginning to catalogue. There was the silence of a woman waiting for information, which was alert and forward-leaning. There was the silence of a woman deciding whether to say something, which had a slight tension in the jaw, and there was this silence, the one she had produced before saying it's a good library, which was something else entirely. The silence of a person who had made a small decision and was not yet committed to its weight. This was the problem. This was precisely the problem. Ysol moved from the desk to the reading chair. She sat and looked at the window, at the city settling into its evening below her, and she conducted what she privately called an accounting, a deliberate, methodical assessment of the current situation and her emotional response to it, because she had learned, expensively, that the emotional response required management and management. Required visibility. Assessment. She had been here for 3 weeks. The queen had come to the tower once before, unannounced, on the evening of the 3rd week. The same evening she was reviewing the Compax Marginalia in the library and had come back to the tower to find the fire lit in the grate, which was a detail she had registered and not examined. That visit, she had decided, was information gathering. A check on the prisoner's demeanor, a direct assessment that could not be obtained from condition reports. This visit was also consistent with information gathering. It was consistent with information gathering. She repeated this to herself with the specific firmness of a woman who knew that consistency was not the same as certainty. She also knew what she had looked like, sitting at that desk, when the queen came in. She knew the particular quality of the almost invisible rearrangement she had made, the micro-adjustment of composure, the swift assembly of the correct face, and she knew that the queen had seen it. Had seen it the way very attentive people saw things, not by looking directly, but by noting the shadow of the thing as it passed. She had been seen being startled. This was not a catastrophe. It was, however, information she had given away, without intending to, which she registered with the professional displeasure of someone whose plan has developed an unintended leak. She tidied. She rose from the reading chair and straightened the desk, repositioned the books that did not need repositioning, aligned the pen with the inkwell. She did this when she was frightened, and she knew she did it, and she did it anyway because it helped. She was not, she told herself, frightened. She looked for the accurate word because she had just been thinking about the difference between accurate words and their substitutes. She was uncertain, which was different from frightened. Frightened was a response to a threat. This was a response to an unknown, which was a different thing even if the physiological presentation was similar. The unknown was this. She had designed a specific captivity with specific parameters, and within those parameters, she had known what to expect. She had expected to be held, managed, treated correctly, but kept at a careful professional distance. She had expected the Queen to be exactly what the Queen was documented to be, precise in her obligations, personally unapproachable, guided entirely by the terms of the compact and the requirements of the war. She had expected to spend 3 months reading law and mapping exits and waiting for the arrangement to serve its purpose, and she had not expected to find the waiting, to find herself 3 weeks in doing something that felt, in the very quiet moments before she examined it, less like waiting and more like something else. She looked at the tower room around her. The books arranged by subject. The window cracked to the evening air. The fire in the grate. Who had lit it? She had not lit it. The chamberlain, probably, as part of the standard arrangements. That was the most likely explanation. It was the explanation she chose. She could leave. She had known how since the first night. 32 steps from the laundry passage to the kitchen gate. Simple iron bar, no lock. The guard rotation gave her 32 seconds at the third bell of morning. She had the traveling coin Tef had given her, pressed into the lining of her smaller case. She had the cloak the chamberlain had offered her in the 3rd week, dark wool, cedar smell, not the Vaereth colors, hanging on the peg behind the door. She had not left. She told herself, as she had been telling herself since the 1st week, that this was because she had not finished with the legal archive, that she had work to do here, real work, the kind that required access to documents she could not obtain anywhere else. That she was here for a purpose, and she had not yet fulfilled it. This was true. It was also, she smoothed the fabric over her knee, once, twice, not entirely the whole of it. She wrote to Tef that night. She had been composing the letter in pieces for 3 weeks, adding a sentence here and a sentence there in her mind, trying to find the version that was honest without being alarming, that told the truth without requiring Tef to do anything about it. She sat at the desk with the window dark behind her and the candle lit in front of her, and she wrote, I am in the East Tower of the Velmoor Palace. The library has a copy of the Veldran Compact with marginalia that I think you would find significant if I explained it to you at length, which I won't in a letter that will be read before it reaches you. The room is adequate. I have been given library access, which I did not request. The city below the window is gray in the evenings, which I find I don't mind.
She looked at this.
She read it twice. She added, I am all right. I think I might be all right.
She stopped.
She looked at those 2 sentences for a long time. They were true in a way that surprised her, which was its own kind of difficulty. The difficulty of finding that a thing you had hoped for was actually happening, and not knowing what to do with the finding except sit with it very carefully. She did not send the letter. She folded it and put it in the 2nd drawer, beneath the correspondence seal. She did not send it because it was being read, and because I think I might be all right was not a sentence she wanted her mother to receive in the same envelope as a report on the legal archive. But she had written it. That, she thought, was something. She put out the candle and lay down in the dark and listened to the city breathe below her window, the bells counting the hours in the steady, indifferent way of bells, and she held the small and careful fact of the letter in the dark like a lamp that was too new to trust to open air. Chapter 8. Into the Queen's Orbit. There was a strategic rationale. She had written it down. Maren looked at the document on her desk, 3 lines in her own handwriting, added to the bottom of the Western Supply Route Review that was the actual subject of the dinner, and considered the 3 lines with the particular honesty she tried to practice when she was being dishonest with herself, which was its own kind of discipline. The 3 lines read, Lady Ysol has spent 2 months in the Vaereth Western Territories and may have operational familiarity with the supply corridor between the 3rd and 4th fortifications. Presence at the Supply Route Review would allow for informal assessment of any relevant intelligence. This is consistent with maximizing the information value of the prisoner arrangement. Every word of this was true. She had considered each word carefully. The information value of the prisoner arrangement was a real consideration, which she thought about regularly in precisely this administrative register. The supply corridor was a real strategic problem. The dinner was a real working meal and not an occasion. She picked up the document and read her 3 lines again. Then she set it down and called Aldrich in. "I want Lady Ysol included in this evening's working meal," she said. "Supply route review. There may be Western territorial intelligence she can offer." Aldrich received this with the expression of a man who had no expression. "Of course, Your Majesty. I'll arrange the additional setting." "Thank you." He was almost at the door. He paused, which was unusual. He generally either left when dismissed or spoke before being dismissed, not both. "Will there be anything else?"
"No."
"The lady has been spending her library sessions on the 4th provision this week," he said, in the mild, footnote-inflected tone of a man offering relevant context. "I believe she has found the Aldrich annotation." He left before she could respond. Maren sat with this for a moment. Then she returned to the supply route review and worked through the afternoon briefings with the focused attention of a woman who is not thinking about anything other than supply routes. She was thinking somewhat about other things. The working meal was in the small council chamber, not the great hall, for people around a table that could seat 12, which was the correct size for a working meal, where the work was the point. Aldrich was there. 2 senior advisors whose names were Sen and Braille, who were both competent and had been doing this long enough to treat an unexpected guest at a working meal with the specific calibrated neutrality of professionals. And then Ysol Vaereth, arrived in the dark blue she had been wearing since the 2nd week when Maren had quietly arranged for the wardrobe to be revised, seated across the corner of the table from Maren's right, which was the position that allowed for inclusion in the conversation without placing her either at the head or in the subordinate positions along the sides. Maren had been aware, when she designated the seating, that she was making a choice about where to put someone. She had not examined this awareness. The meal began. The supply route review was on the table, maps and the logistics documents spread across the linen, which was the kind of working meal where the food was present but no one was paying primary attention to it. Sen and Braille moved through the Western Corridor problem with the familiar efficiency of people who had been discussing this problem for months. The 3rd fortifications supply line was vulnerable to disruption from the high pass. The alternative route through the valley added 8 days to the transit time, and the question of whether 8 days was an acceptable operational cost had been the subject of 3 separate assessments and had not yet been resolved. Ysol was quiet through the first half of this. She ate with the composed attention of a woman listening to something she was deciding whether to engage with, and Maren watched this, peripherally, with the attention she had been trying, and failing, to maintain at a professional level since the woman's arrival, and waited. "The valley route is in 8 days, Ysol said. The room shifted very slightly. Not dramatically, no one was dramatic about it. But Braille looked up from the map, and Sen's hand with the stylus paused. "The survey put it at 8. Braille said. "Not defensively. Factually. The survey used the road to the valley ford. There's a shepherd's track 3 miles north of the ford that cuts the transit by 2 days in dry conditions and 1 day in wet. It's not on the military maps because it's not a military road, but it's been in use for at least 30 years. The Vaereth family moved grain shipments along it during the drought years." She paused. Her voice was even precise. "It would need to be assessed for military loads, but the ground is sound. I walked it twice as a child." A silence. Aldrich looked at the map with the expression of a man who is rereading a document. Braille said, "That's not in the field assessment." "No," Ysol agreed. "It wouldn't be. It's a shepherd's track." Maren looked at the map. She looked at the position of the valley ford, the rough topography of the terrain north of it, the distance between the 3 fortifications. She thought, of course. She thought, 30 years, and no one on the military council had thought to ask a Vaereth daughter about the trade routes on Vaereth land. She looked at Ysol. Ysol was looking at the map with the specific quality of a woman who has said the useful thing, and is now waiting for the room to decide what to do with it. There was nothing performative in this. There was no bid for recognition, no display of satisfaction. It was, Maren searched for the word surgical, the precision of someone who saw exactly what was needed and provided it, without requiring anything for the provision. "We need to send a survey team," Sen said. "Yes," Maren said. "Put it in the assessment queue." She turned to Aldrich. "Make a note." He was already writing. The meal continued. Ysol made 2 more observations over the next hour, smaller, more oblique, offered with the same surgical precision, each one quietly correct. Sen began directing questions at her. Braille, less warm to the arrangement than Sen, watched her with the professional wariness of a person reevaluating an initial assessment and not yet certain where to land. Maren watched Braille watch Ysol and thought, yes, that's the right response. That's what you should do. She was doing it too. She was aware of this. After the meal, the maps were rolled, and the advisors withdrew, and Aldrich gathered the documents with the particular efficiency that meant he was giving Maren a moment, which he sometimes did when he judged a moment was needed. Maren moved to the window. She heard Ysol set her chair back from the table, the small sound of a woman preparing to be escorted back to the tower. "The track," Maren said, without turning from the window. "How old were you?" A pause. 7, the first time. "My father was managing a grain shipment from the Eastern Holding. He brought me along because," a brief pause she could not quite categorize. "He said it was useful to know the land." Maren turned. Ysol was standing beside the table, entirely composed, the map behind her. Her hands were quiet at her sides. "Was it?" Maren asked. "Yes." She met Maren's eyes, held them for the length of a breath, and looked away. "Most things he told me were. There was something in this, not many things, not a story, just a fragment of one, the kind of piece that existed on the surface of a larger thing, and revealed the shape of the larger thing without disclosing its contents." Maren had the specific feeling of someone who has received a partial picture and is aware of the rest of the canvas, just out of view. She did not press it. She had learned over years that the things people offered in fragments were offered that way for reasons, and pressing the fragment usually made the whole picture disappear rather than come into focus. "The track will be useful," she said instead. Ysol looked at her. The expression was composed, which it always was, but there was something underneath the composure that was not hostility and was not warmth and was something else entirely, something Maren could not quite name. The particular quality of a person who has been told that the thing they offered was useful, and who is deciding how to feel about the fact that useful is both exactly and not at all what they hope to hear. "I'm glad," Ysol said, and it was the almost right word again, and this time Maren recognized it. She let it stand. She thought she was not ready, yet, to offer the clearer one. "Good evening, Lady Ysol," she said. "Good evening, Your Majesty." Ysol was escorted out. Maren stood at the window and looked at the dark city and thought about a 7-year-old girl walking a shepherd's track in the Vaereth territories because her father had told her it was useful to know the land, and she thought about how many other things that girl had been told were useful, and how many of them had been for her and how many for the house, and how you would have explained the difference to a 7-year-old even, if you had wanted to. She thought about this for an hour. She thought, I invited her here for a strategic rationale. She thought, the strategic rationale was correct, and is not what I have been thinking about for the past hour. She thought, proceed correctly. She put out the lamp. She went to bed. She lay in the dark for a long time with the specific quality of a woman who has, without having intended to, crossed a threshold she was not yet sure she could name, and who was deciding whether to go back and examine the threshold or simply keep walking. She kept walking. She could examine the threshold in the morning. In the morning she would examine it. She did not examine it in the morning. The morning had a courier dispatch and a border report and a meeting with the agricultural minister about winter grain reserves, and by midday she had looked at the supply route assessment and noted that the shepherd's track had been added to the survey queue, and she had moved on, and the threshold was still there, and she did not examine it. She added the working meal to the standing arrangements. Not frequently, once a week, when the supply route review was scheduled. The strategic rationale was documented. She filed it and moved on. Chapter 9. The Save the Cat Moment. She had a preferred chair in the library by the 5th week. This was not something she had planned. It had simply happened the way most things she was not planning happened, gradually, through the accumulation of small choices that each seemed individually unremarkable and collectively became fact. The chair was at the southernmost reading table, angled toward the window so that the morning light came over her left shoulder rather than into her face, and it had a slight unevenness in the back left leg that meant it settled with a particular tilt when she sat in it, and she had stopped noticing the tilt the way you stopped noticing a familiar thing. She had a preferred chair. She had a shelf where she kept the volumes she was currently working through. She was aware, begun to think of the library as hers in some small, private, entirely unauthorized way. She was thinking about this, about the specific quality of the word hers, and what it meant that she was using it, when the door opened and Reshenkolv walked in. She knew who he was before he introduced himself. She had catalogued the court's significant figures in the first week with a thorough, systematic attention she brought to new environments, and Reshenkolv had been near the top of that list. Minor noble, court-attached, present at every gathering where information changed hands. He was the sort of man who was always slightly ahead of where he needed to be, and who used the slight advantage of that positioning to make himself indispensable by accumulation. Charming. Genuinely perceptive. The most socially dangerous kind of person at any court because he was not obviously dangerous at all. He was, she thought, going to be tedious. Lady Ysol. He bowed with the easy grace of a man who had spent so many years making bows comfortable for their recipients that the gesture had become a form of charm rather than a formality. I've been meaning to introduce myself properly for weeks. I'm afraid court schedules have conspired against me. Lord Reshen, she said. She set her book down with the composed unhurriedness of a woman who had not been startled and did not mind being interrupted. Neither was entirely true. I had wondered when our schedules would align. He smiled. It was an excellent smile. Warm, interested, the smile of a man who had decided you were worth his full attention. She had met several men who smiled like this. Their smiles were generally load-bearing, functioning as architectural support for whatever they actually needed from you. I hope the court has been welcoming, he said. He settled into the chair across from her with the ease of a man who had never in his life sat anywhere he was not invited and had also never needed an invitation. It can be somewhat intimidating for guests who are not entirely familiar with our particular customs. I've found it manageable, she said pleasantly. Velmoor's court has its particular textures. He glanced at the book she had set down, the compact, which was in its usual place at the top of her working stack. His eyes moved over the spine without appearing to read it, which meant he had read it. I imagine your days here must be rather solitary. If there's anything I might do to make your time more comfortable. That's kind, she said, which was not agreement. He smiled again. He had the conversational patience of a man who understood that this kind of conversation was less a sprint than a long engagement, and who was genuinely unbothered by the early stages. She found herself, despite herself, marginally impressed by this. Most people became less subtle when their first approach was deflected.
He simply settled in.
I've been curious, he said, in the mild tone that preceded questions that were not mild, about your interests. The legal archive, I understand, has been receiving most of your attention. Is that a long-standing fascination, or something specific to your current situation?
Both, she said.
I've always found law more interesting than people give it credit for. Oh, I agree entirely. He leaned forward slightly, not obtrusively, just enough to signal engagement. I find the gap between what the law says and what it means to be one of the most productive subjects of study available, particularly in older instruments. His eyes moved to the compact again, particularly in instruments that have been carrying the same weight for a long time. She looked at him. He looked back with a pleasant, open expression of a man who had said something he absolutely intended and was waiting to see how it landed. You're well read, she said. I try to be useful to the court, he said, which was the most elegantly evasive response to a direct observation she had received in several weeks, and she took a moment to genuinely appreciate it. The problem with Reshenkolv, she thought, was not that he was hostile. Hostile would have been manageable, even preferable. Hostile had clear edges, clear purpose. The problem was that he was genuinely charming and genuinely perceptive and genuinely interested in her, and his interest was the kind that came with an appetite attached to it, and she had been managing people's appetites for so long that she could do it while half asleep, but that did not make it something she wanted to do. She reached for the next volume in her stack. I'm afraid I'm rather deep in something at the moment. Of course, of course. He rose, unhurried, with the air of a man concluding an engagement on his own terms. I'll leave you to it. Though, he paused at precisely the right moment. I wonder if I might persuade you to join a small gathering later this week. A few of us, nothing formal. The sort of evening where the court actually relaxes, which I suspect is not something you've had much opportunity to experience yet." She was going to say no. She was constructing the polite, impenetrable no, the kind that closed the door without making a sound, when the library's other door, the one that led from the upper corridor, opened. Queen Maren walked through it with a document in her hand and the expression of a woman who had come to find something specific and was not, in the first moment, fully registering that the library was occupied. Then she registered. She looked at Ysol. She looked at Reshan. The expression that crossed her face in the space between those two looks was not queenly. It was something considerably more immediate, and it was controlled so quickly that Ysol very nearly missed it, would have missed it if she had not, by this point, developed a fairly detailed taxonomy of Maren Ashvile's controlled expressions. "Lord Reshan," Maren said. Her voice was entirely level. Reshan turned. His bow this time had a slightly different quality than the one he had given Ysol, the same grace, but calibrated differently, adjusted for the specific relationship. "Your Majesty, I was just making myself known to your guest." "I see." Maren crossed to the shelf she had apparently come for, retrieved the document she wanted, or a document, at any rate, and turned to face them both. "Reshan is useful at court and, as I suspect you have already identified, Lady Ysol, consistently several steps ahead of where anyone needs him to be." Reshan smiled. "Your Majesty flatters me." "I don't," she said, with the pleasant finality of a woman closing a subject, and looked at Ysol. "Is the morning session going well?" "Very," Ysol said.
Good.
And then, to Reshan, "I believe the trade minister was looking for you this morning." It was not a dismissal in any formal sense. It had, however, all the functional properties of one. Reshan recognized this with the ease of a man who had been dismissed from many rooms without ever being made to feel dismissed, and made his farewells with the same unhurried charm with which he had arrived, and was gone. The library settled back into its particular quiet. Maren looked at the shelf in her hand for a moment, then at Ysol. "He's building something," she said. Not an apology. A piece of information delivered in the matter-of-fact way she delivered things she thought were relevant. "He has been since your arrival. I don't know yet what the structure is, but Reshan does not simply introduce himself out of sociability." "I know," Ysol said. She had known before he walked through the door, had begun mapping the structure of it approximately 90 seconds into the conversation. Maren looked at her. "You were managing him." "I was going to manage him," Ysol said, which was slightly different. "Yes." The corner of Maren's mouth did something that was not quite a smile. "You were doing it very well. I've had practice." She heard the flatness in her own voice and decided it was accurate. There was a pause. Maren set the document she had retrieved on the table. She had not, Ysol thought, actually needed it, or if she had, it was incidental to having come here, and said, "You don't have to be useful to anyone here." The sentence arrived without preamble. It was not said softly, not said with any particular emphasis, offered in the same, even register Maren used for most things. It was the kind of statement that was so plainly meant that elaborating on it would have reduced it. Ysol looked at her. "Reshan is useful and untrustworthy," Maren said. "The combination is common at court. You're not obligated to participate in either." She picked up the document. She was already moving toward the door. "The morning session ends at the 9th bell. If the light is difficult in the afternoon, there are lamps on the upper shelf." She was at the door. "Your Majesty," Ysol said. Maren paused, her hand on the frame, in the particular posture of someone who had decided not to turn back, but was listening. Ysol had been going to say something. She had, in fact, several things she could have said, the appropriate things, the measured things, the nearly right things she was so fluent in. She looked at the space where Maren's hand rested on the door frame, the set of her shoulders, the quality of the pause, which was the quality of someone who was waiting without asking.
"Thank you," she said instead.
Just that, without qualification or strategic purpose. A silence. Then Maren left, and the library was quiet, and the morning light came through the south window the same way it always did. Ysol sat for a long time without picking her book back up. She was not, she decided, going to examine the way that sentence had felt landing. She was not going to take it apart and assess its motivations and weigh its strategic valence and measure it against her existing model of the situation. She was going to let it be the thing it was, something someone had said to her, because they had decided to say it, without requiring anything in exchange. She was going to let it be that, and she was going to sit with it for a while, and she was going to try to be a person who could receive a thing like that without immediately putting it somewhere it could not reach her. This was harder than it sounded. She was working on it. She opened her book. She read until the 9th bell. Chapter 10. The Slow Work of Walls. There was, Maren had discovered, a particular quality to the silence that followed Ysol Vaereth's dry humor. It was not a long silence. She spoke too precisely for things to hang in the air long, but it had a specific texture, like a room where someone has just opened a window. Something shifted. The light moved differently. You were not certain in the moment whether she had meant it, and then you were certain, and by the time you had finished being certain she had already moved on, and you were left with the singular sensation of having watched someone commit a small act of brilliance and then immediately decline to acknowledge it. Maren had not expected this. She had expected the intelligence reports, the visible discipline, the way she received the grief campaign's existence without a word of acknowledgement. She had expected someone who had sealed herself thoroughly against most of the things that made people interesting. Instead, she had gotten someone who had simply learned to be interesting in the precise spaces where it was safe. It had happened first in the second week of the working meals. Braille had been arguing, as Braille argued everything, with the methodical stubbornness of a man who had learned that persistence was often mistaken for rightness. He had been arguing about the northern corridor again, and Ysol had been quiet for the entirety of it, and then had said, very evenly into a brief pause in the argument, I notice the third assessment reaches the same conclusion as the first two, which suggests either that the situation is genuinely resolved or that we have been asking the same question with increasing conviction and expecting a different answer. The room had gone briefly silent. Sen had laughed. Braille had looked at Ysol with an expression that was somewhere between offense and recalibration and landed, after a moment, closer to the latter. Aldrich had written something down that Maren suspected was not related to the northern corridor at all. And Maren had laughed. It had come out before she decided to let it. Abrupt, real. The laugh she almost never used in public because it made her look, she had been told, 10 years younger, which was not a quality she generally found useful during council sessions. She had not decided to let it. It had simply happened. She had looked back at the map. Ysol had looked at her water glass. Neither of them acknowledged it, which was the correct response, which was also not the only reason Maren had been thinking about it for 2 weeks. The weeks between the 7th and 9th had a different quality from the first weeks of the arrangement. The first weeks had been defined by the work of assessment, Maren assessing what she had, what it meant, what the correct disposition was, and the work of maintenance, the careful continued performance of correctness. These weeks were something else. They were the weeks of proximity. Proximity was the right word. She had added the working meals to the standing arrangements at a frequency of once a week, and she had told herself this was for strategic reasons, and she had not precisely lied to herself, and she had also not precisely told the whole truth. Ysol was at the table. That was the thing she was aware of, working through the supply route documents, the border assessments, the grain reserves, the trade negotiations, that there was a specific quality to the room when Ysol was in it, a quality she could not identify by its cause and had given up trying to identify by its cause, and was now simply noting as a feature of the room. She listened to meetings differently now. She had always been a careful listener. It was one of the things Sable said she was better at than she appeared, which Sable said as a compliment, and was correct, but there was a different quality to the listening when Ysol was present. She was listening for the specific weight of the pauses, the moments when Ysol decided something was worth saying. She had begun to think of those moments as events. In the third week of the working meals, she had taken Ysol on the tour of the eastern wing that was ostensibly necessitated by the tower room's window latch, which required attention. This was true. The window latch did require attention. The attention it required had taken 11 minutes, and the tour of the eastern wing had taken most of the afternoon, and Maren had found herself, standing in the eastern gallery, with its view of the city's lower quarter, saying, The archive room at the end of this corridor has the original city maps from the first year of the queendom. I thought you might find them interesting. Ysol had stood in the doorway of the archive room and looked at the maps for a long moment. These are extraordinary, she had said. And then, with the dry precision that Maren was beginning to recognize as her most honest register, I noticed they were drawn by someone who had strong opinions about which parts of the city mattered. The first queen was the daughter of a harbor trader, Maren said. The market quarter is drawn at roughly twice its actual scale. Ysol had looked at her then, with something in her face that was not entirely composed, and not entirely not composed, but something in between, the specific expression of a person who has received something they were not expecting and has not yet had time to arrange a response. It was gone quickly, but it had been there. Maren had filed it. She did not tell Sable about the archive room. This was a decision she did not make consciously. She simply found, later that evening, that when Sable asked how the Eastern Wing inspection had gone, she had said, "Fine, the latch is being repaired," and moved on. Sable had looked at her for a moment in the particular way she looked at things she was deciding not to pursue. Then she had returned to the map she was annotating. Maren did not examine why she had not mentioned it. She told herself, not withholding. She was simply making a distinction between strategic information and incidental detail, and the archive room had been incidental detail, and not every incidental detail needed to be shared with her general. This was a reasonable position. She held it. The incidental detail had its own quality, though. That was the thing she was finding. The incidental details, the dry comment about the Northern Corridor assessment, the archive room and the harbor trader's daughter, Ysol arriving at the working meal with a correction to the grain reserves calculation that had been copied incorrectly through 3 successive reports, delivered in the unhurried tone of someone who was simply noting an error. These were accumulating into something that had a shape she could not quite name yet and did not entirely want to name. In the 4th week of the working meals, she had made a tactical error. She had disagreed, in front of the advisors, with a suggestion Ysol offered about the Western supply route. The suggestion had been correct. Maren had been tired, and the argument had been quick, and she acknowledged privately afterward, wrong. She had noticed she was wrong approximately 3 sentences in, and had continued the argument on momentum, which was a thing she almost never did, and had done today. Ysol had let her finish. Then she had said, with perfect composure and no discernible inflection, "That is a reasonable position. The supply records from the 3rd fortification may be worth reviewing before the decision is finalized." The supply records from the 3rd fortification had, in fact, supported Isol's original suggestion entirely. Maren had reviewed them that evening alone. She had sat with the supply records for a moment, and then she had gone, the next morning, to the library. Ysol was at her preferred chair at the south window table. She looked up when Maren came in. "You were right," Maren said. "About the western route. The 3rd fortification's records confirm it." A pause. I know you know." Maren sat down across from her, which she had not planned to do. "I'm saying it anyway." Ysol looked at her across the table with an expression that was doing several things at once, none of which were immediately legible. Then she said, very quietly, "People don't often do that." "Do what?" "Come back." Maren looked at the table.
She thought about this.
She thought about a woman who had spent her life being managed by people who found coming back unnecessary, who had always been the one doing the managing, who had learned to accept the absence of return as the standard condition of being correct.
"They should," Maren said.
Another silence. A different kind. Not the silence of a pause, but the silence of 2 people who have arrived somewhere neither of them intended and are assessing the terrain. "Yes," Ysol said eventually. "They should." She went back to her book. Maren sat across from her for a while longer than she intended, reading nothing in particular, and the morning light came through the south window in the clean, indifferent way it always did, and the silence between them was companionable in a way that Maren did not examine. She examined it later. She examined it that evening, alone in her study, with the compact on the desk and the border reports beside it and the clear, precise inventory of her obligations available to her in her own handwriting. She sat with the examination for the length of time it took the second candle to burn down, and then she set it aside. She set it aside because she was a queen with an oath and a war and a compact that had not changed its terms, and she set it aside because she was not a person who allowed herself things she could not afford, and she set it aside because some things, examined at the wrong time, became harder to hold correctly. She set it aside and went to bed. She did not sleep well. But she woke the next morning, and the day had a different quality to it, a particular low-grade warmth that she identified, after a moment, as something like the feeling of having been honest. Even with herself. Especially with herself. She had been honest. She had gone back. She thought, that was the right thing to do. She thought, it keeps being the right thing to do. She got up. She went to work. She did not look at the compact until the afternoon. Chapter 11, Library Hours. The Queen had a theory about the Western campaign that was wrong. It was a small wrongness, the kind that lived in a single assumption buried 3 layers deep in an otherwise sound analysis, the kind that would not cause obvious problems for another several months, and would then cause quite significant ones. Ysol had found it in the 3rd week of the working meals, traced it back to its source in the 5th week, and had been deciding, since then, what to do with it. The difficulty was not the disagreement itself. The difficulty was the particular quality of Maren's wrongness, which was the wrongness of someone who was exceptionally good at reasoning from evidence and had been given one piece of evidence that was subtly inaccurate, a supply estimate from the eastern border, composed by someone who had calculated for summer travel times and had not noted that the relevant months were autumn. The error was not Maren's. But Maren had built a significant piece of her campaign analysis on top of it, and Ysol had the specific discomfort of a person who can see a load-bearing crack in a wall that the wall's architect is currently inviting people to admire. She had mentioned it once, obliquely, in the context of a broader supply route discussion. Maren had listened, had asked 2 clarifying questions, and had then continued on the basis of the original estimate, which suggested she had not followed the thread to its end. Ysol returned to the library after the meal and sat for a while at the south window table without opening anything. The thing about being correct in a room with someone who held power over you was that it was not straightforwardly useful. She had been correct many times in rooms where her correctness was inconvenient, and she had learned to manage the correctness the way you managed most assets, strategically at the right moment in the right amount, calibrated for what the room could receive. She had been doing this her whole life, and she was very good at it. What she was finding here was that she did not want to manage it. She wanted to simply say, the eastern border estimate is wrong and here is why, and she wanted to say it the way Maren had come back about the supply route, not strategically, not at a managed angle, but directly because it was true and it mattered. She wanted to be honest with her. This was, she thought, a significant development in her ongoing project of understanding what was happening to her inside this arrangement. She pulled the eastern border reports from the stack she had requested from the archive and spread them across the table. She worked through them methodically, the way she did most things that required care, building the argument from its foundation rather than its conclusion, tracing each estimation back to its source, noting the places where the accounting shifted without explanation. An hour.
2.
The library was quiet around her, the way it was always quiet at this hour. The staff had learned not to disturb her during the afternoon session, and the guard outside the door was professional enough to let the silence be. She was deep into the 3rd report when she heard the inner door. Maren came through it in the particular way she had developed of entering rooms, not announcing herself, not especially quiet, simply present. She had a document under her arm, and the expression of a woman who had come to retrieve something and was mildly unsurprised to find the library occupied. "You're here late," she said. "The afternoon session ends at the 9th bell," Ysol said. "It is the 8th. "So it is." Maren set her document on the table at the far end, the natural action of someone putting something down while she looked for something else, and glanced at the spread of reports in front of Ysol. "That's the Eastern Border Supply Assessment." "It is." A pause. Maren looked at the reports, then at Ysol, with the expression she wore when she was about to ask a question she had already half answered for herself. "You found something." It was not a question. "The autumn transit calculation," Ysol said. She pulled the relevant report and set it on the table between them. The estimate was composed by the 2nd Border Corps in midsummer. They use summer travel times for a corridor that becomes significantly slower in autumn. The difference is not catastrophic in itself, but your campaign analysis for the third quarter builds on this estimate for 3 subsequent projections. Maren came to the table. She looked at the report. She looked at Ysol's annotations. Ysol had been annotating in a light pencil that could be erased, because she had not decided yet whether to say anything, and annotating in permanent ink felt presumptuous. Maren saw this. She looked at the pencil marks for a moment without comment. "Show me where it compounds," she said. Ysol showed her. It took perhaps 20 minutes, spreading the relevant documents, tracing the error forward through the 3 dependent projections, showing where the accumulated deviation became operationally significant. Maren listened with her whole body, the way she always listened, leaning slightly forward over the table, her eyes tracking the documents rather than Ysol's face, the scar on her left forearm exposed where her sleeve had been pushed back. She did not interrupt. She asked 2 questions, both precise. When Ysol finished, Maren was quiet for a moment. "The third quarter projection is already with the council," she said. "I know. I'll need to revise it." She said this with the specific flatness of someone accepting the cost of a thing without dramatizing it. Not happy. Not resistant. Simply accurate. She straightened and looked at Ysol directly. "How long have you known?" 3 weeks, Ysol said. "I wanted to be certain before I said anything." Another pause. Something moved in Maren's expression. Ysol was still learning the full catalog of them, but this one she recognized. The particular quality of a woman revising her estimate of a situation. Not displeasure. Something more considered than displeasure. "You could have mentioned it in the working meal," Maren said. "I could have." Ysol met her eyes. "I wanted to be able to show you the full argument. It is easier to receive a correction when you can see all of it at once rather than receiving it piece by piece in front of an audience." The silence that followed this had a different quality from their usual silences. It was the silence of someone being seen doing a thing they did not expect to be seen doing, being seen specifically in the act of having been protected from a small humiliation. Maren stopped. She looked at the table, at the documents spread across it, at the pencil marks Ysol had been ready to erase.
She started again.
"Thank you. It is a good analysis otherwise," Ysol said, which was true and was also, she acknowledged privately, her version of meeting someone halfway. Maren looked at her. The expression was the one Ysol could never quite decode, the complicated, unperformed thing that lived beneath the composed surface on the occasions when Maren was not constructing her face for the room, but simply having it. "You do that," she said. "Do what?" "Make the uncomfortable thing easier to receive." She picked up the Eastern Border report. "I notice you do it, and then immediately make it sound like standard practice." Ysol was quiet for a moment. "Then, it is standard practice." For whom? She did not have an answer for this that was both honest and safe. She chose silence, which was honest in its own way. Maren did not press it. This was one of the things Ysol had catalogued about her, the way she received a refusal to answer without turning it into a confrontation, without filling the space with alternatives or suggestions. She simply let the unanswered thing be unanswered, which was a quality of restraint that Ysol found, every time she encountered it, slightly disarming. They worked through the revised projections for the remaining hour of the session. It was not, strictly, part of Ysol's arrangement. She had no formal role in Velmoor's military planning, no standing to revise the Queen's campaign documents. But the documents were on the table, and the arithmetic was the arithmetic, and Maren had moved her chair to Ysol's side of the table to see the same page without needing to lean across it, and they worked in the silence of 2 people who had found a shared language and were using it. The 9th bell rang. Neither of them moved for a moment. Then Maren gathered the revised pages and stood. "I'll have these sent back to the council in the morning." She looked at Ysol. This was useful. "Yes," Ysol said, and did not use the almost right word because they were past the almost right words now, she thought, or at least past some of them. Maren left. The guard appeared in the doorway to escort Ysol back to the tower. She began stacking the reports. She did not hurry. Her hands moved through the familiar motions of closing down a work session, stacking, marking, returning volumes to the shelf, and her mind was somewhere else entirely, running quietly over the last 2 hours with the careful attention of a woman trying to understand the shape of something she had not planned for. There was a moment, she thought, when she had stopped managing the situation and simply been in it.
She was not certain when.
Somewhere between the eastern border estimate and the revised projections, she had stopped calculating the correct angle and had simply told the truth, and the truth had been received, and they had worked, and it had felt. She pressed her hands flat on the table for a moment and looked at the window, dark now, the city below them lit in its evening way. It had felt like something she did not have a word for. She picked up her things. She walked to the door. She thought, I am going to need a word for it eventually. She thought, not tonight. She went back to the tower and sat at her desk and did not write anything and did not tidy and simply sat in the quiet of the room that had become, without her entirely noticing, the first room in many years that felt like hers. Outside the window, Velmoor breathed. The bells counted the hours. She did not blow out the candle until she was ready to sleep, which was later than usual, and the time in between she spent simply sitting in the light of it, thinking about nothing in particular, which was a new thing she was learning to do. She was finding she did not mind it. Chapter 12, Sable Speaks. It was Sable who said it. Of course it was Sable. She said it on a Tuesday in the war room, at a moment when Maren had been in the middle of reviewing the revised border assessments and was not, she thought, doing anything that required commentary. She had been standing at the table with the assessment spread in front of her and a cup of tea she had not looked at since it was brought in, and she had been marking a position on the northern corridor with a stylus when Sable, who had been sitting at the far end of the table reading her own reports with her boots up in a way she would never have allowed her soldiers to sit in a briefing room, said without preamble, "You're in love with your prisoner." The stylus stopped. "I need you to deal with that before it deals with you." Maren looked at the northern corridor position she had been marking. She looked at it with the specific attention of someone who was deciding how to respond to something, which meant she was looking at it considerably longer than the northern corridor position required. "I'm reviewing the border assessment," she said. "You're reviewing it standing up," Sable said, "which you only do when you can't sit still, which you can't when something is bothering you. You've been standing since the second bell. You did not eat whatever that was." She nodded at the plate that had been brought with the tea. "And you've remarked the same northern position 4 times in the past hour, which suggests you're not actually thinking about the northern position." Maren set the stylus down. She turned to face Sable, with the specific quality of a woman deciding how much of the coming conversation she was going to engage with honestly and how much she was going to deflect with authority. Sable waited. She was very good at waiting. She had the patience of a woman who had followed Maren into 3 military campaigns and had learned, somewhere in the middle of the second one, that patience was more efficient than pressing. "That's a significant claim," Maren said. "It's a field assessment," Sable said. "You've rearranged your schedule 3 times in the past 2 weeks to be in the library at the same hour as Lady Ysol. I know this because the Chamberlain's log shows your movements, and I read the Chamberlain's log, which is my job. You have not reviewed the Veldran Compact on its usual day for the past 5 weeks, despite reviewing it weekly, without fail, since the arrangement began. You took your tea this morning without commenting on the temperature." The temperature was fine. It was cold. Sable looked at her over the top of her report. "You always comment on cold tea." Maren was quiet. She moved to the window because she moved to the window when she was not certain what her face was doing, and she preferred not to have Sable see her face when she was not certain what it was doing. Outside, the city was going through its midday movement, the particular quality of a city at the halfway point of a working day, purposeful and unhurried, neither the urgency of morning nor the tiredness of evening. She had been watching the city for 3 years. It had a quality she found consistently useful for thinking. It was just going to keep doing what it was doing regardless of what she decided, which was clarifying. She thought about what Sable had said. She thought about the schedule rearrangements, which she had told herself were simply adjustments for operational efficiency and which, reviewed in the clear light of Sable's field assessment, had the shape of something else. She thought about the compact, and the 5 weeks she had not reviewed it on its usual day, which she had told herself was because the border assessment had been particularly demanding, and which might have been partly that. She thought about the tea. "I will note," she said, to the window, "that rearranging a schedule is not the same as what you're suggesting. No, Sable agreed. But it does it in the same direction. Maren turned. She is a political prisoner in an arrangement that exists to serve the terms of the Veldran Compact, which requires the ruin of her family's house. The compact is not altered by whatever you have decided to call my schedule adjustments. I know that. I know you know that. I'm not suggesting you break the oath, Sable said. She had set the report down at some point during the last exchange and was giving Maren her full attention with the steady, patient quality she brought to conversations she had decided needed to be had. I am suggesting that you are in love with your prisoner and that this fact currently exists in your chest without a name attached to it, and unexamined things have a way of becoming decisions you didn't intend to make. The room was quiet. Outside, the city breathed. Maren sat down. This was, she recognized, a significant capitulation, and Sable recognized it too and said nothing about it, which was one of the reasons Maren kept her. You're certain? Maren said. Not a question. An invitation to retract if retraction was available. I've been watching you do this for 8 weeks, Sable said. I'm certain. 8 weeks. Maren thought about 8 weeks. She thought about the library, the archive room, the working meals, the shepherd's track, the eastern border estimate, the corrected projections, the specific silence of 2 people sitting on opposite sides of a table reading, and neither of them minding it. She thought about the almost right words, and the clearer ones. She thought about coming back. She thought about the compact. The terms haven't changed, she said. No, Sable said. They haven't. The arrangement concludes when the compact is satisfied. What the compact requires is... I know what it requires. Sable's voice was steady. Not without compassion, but without softness. The particular quality of a person who would not flinch from a difficult thing simply because it was difficult. I am not telling you to disregard it. I am telling you that the thing currently happening to you is real, and that pretending it is not real does not make it not real. It just makes you less accurate. Maren rubbed the scar on her forearm. She did not notice she was doing this. I am accurate, she said. You are accurate about the war and the supply routes and the northern corridor, yes. Sable rose. She moved to the table and gathered her reports with the efficiency of a woman concluding a meeting. You are less accurate about yourself than usual, and usually you're very good at it, so the gap is noticeable. She paused at the door. Also, you read the Eastern Border revision twice in one evening. The revision required careful review. You had already corrected it yourself before she showed you. Sable looked at her with the expression she reserved for things she was choosing not to elaborate on. I read the Chamberlain's correspondence log, Maren. The revision is marked in your handwriting, same date, 1 hour before Lady Ysol's session ended. Maren looked at the table. Sable left. The room was quiet. Maren sat with the quiet for a long time, in the way she sat with the difficult things. Not running from them, not toward them, simply sitting at the same elevation and looking at them clearly. This was one of the things she was actually good at, and she did it now. She had been in love before. Twice in the years before her coronation, briefly, badly, in the way of people who are learning a thing for the first time and do not yet understand the cost of it. She had understood the cost by the end of the second time and had concluded that Sable's predecessor's advice was correct. Love and rule could not, practically, share the same throne. Not because love was wrong, but because she had not yet found a version of it that did not cost her something she needed. She reviewed what Sable had said. She reviewed it carefully, the way she reviewed difficult intelligence, looking for the places where the analysis was sound and the places where it was inferential. The analysis was largely sound. She was in love with her prisoner. She sat with this fact for the length of time it took the afternoon to change its quality of light. She did not dress it up, and she did not excuse it, and she did not perform it, even privately. She simply held it and looked at it, and understood it with the particular, sober clarity of someone who has been in the dark about a thing, and has now been given a lamp. She was in love with her prisoner. The compact was on her desk. The compact required the Vaereth family's ruin. The compact did not care what she felt. The compact had been carrying its weight for 412 years, and it would carry it for however many more were required. She rose. She went to her desk. She opened the compact. She read it for the first time in 5 weeks. She read it slowly, the whole of it, every provision, the way she had read it at the beginning of the arrangement when she had still believed it was the clearest thing in the room. It was still the clearest thing in the room. That had not changed. What had changed was that she was no longer reading it as the queen who had sworn it in the dark and built her entire sense of herself around its weight. She was reading it as a woman who was in love with her prisoner, and who needed to understand what that meant about the terms of the oath, and the terms of the oath were clear, and the woman in the East Tower had known those terms since the second week. She closed the compact. She sat with the closed compact in front of her, and the evening beginning outside her window. She thought, I need to find the third path. She thought, I needed to find it before this, which means I should have been looking before this. She thought, Aldrich told me she had found the Aldrich annotation. He said it and left before I could ask what he knew about it. She was going to have a conversation with Aldrich. She was going to have it before the week was out. She was going to do it carefully and correctly, and without any of the urgency she currently felt, because urgency was not how you built something sound. She set the compact to the side. She reached for the border assessment. She sat down. She worked through the evening with the focused, contained attention of a woman who had made a decision, and was not going to let the weight of it interfere with the work, because the work was always there and always required, and integrity meant doing it regardless. She did not rearrange her schedule for the next day's library hours.
She was honest with herself about why.
Chapter 13. The Architecture of Trust. 3 months. She had not meant to count. Counting was the habit of a woman who was waiting for something to end, and she had stopped waiting for this to end somewhere around the 5th week, when she had arranged the books on the tower's single shelf by subject, and then stood back and looked at what she had done and understood, with the quiet shock of an entirely ordinary fact, that she had unpacked. Not the gowns. She had not unpacked the gowns, which lived in the chest her family had sent, and which she opened only when she needed to dress for something formal and closed again immediately after. The gowns were not hers. They were the gowns of the Vaereth daughter in the Queen's custody, which was a person Ysol wore in certain rooms and set aside in others, and she had become, over 3 months, extremely clear-eyed about which rooms were which. The books were hers. The shelf was hers. The habit of waking before the first watch bell, earlier than she'd woken at home, where the house had a particular quality of silence that pressed against sleep like a hand against a door, was hers. She had not cultivated it deliberately. It had simply happened, the body finding its own rhythm in the absence of a schedule imposed by someone else, and she had discovered that mornings in the East Tower were the best part of the day, and that the particular grey of Velmoor's sky before dawn was different from the grey of the Western Territories, and that she preferred it. She had not told anyone she preferred it. She had simply begun waking to look at it, reliably, the way a person does the things they want without ever formally deciding to want them. This was not, she had come to understand, entirely unlike building a home. The recognition had arrived with the same quiet shock as the books on the shelf, mid-morning in the library, 3 weeks ago, when she had gone automatically to the chair she preferred, the one near the south window, slightly worn at the arm, positioned so the light came over her left shoulder, and had settled into it with the specific, unconscious ease of a woman sitting down in her own kitchen, and had looked up to find Maren watching her from the doorway with an expression so carefully neutral it was nearly its opposite. "Good morning," Ysol had said. "Good morning," Maren had said, and crossed to the northern reading table, and they had worked in companionable silence for 2 hours and 40 minutes, which Ysol had not been counting. She had been counting. The letter she was writing to Tef had been writing itself in her head for a fortnight. Not the one from before. That had been an early attempt, too careful, more about the compact than about anything true, the kind of letter she wrote when she was practicing honesty without yet being willing to commit to it. This one was different. This one had been composing itself in the margins of her days without her permission, accreting in the way that thoughts do when you are not managing them. She sat at the tower desk in the late afternoon, the light going amber over the city, and she set aside the legal notes she had been reviewing and pulled out a clean sheet of paper. "Tef," she wrote. She looked at this. It was, she thought, a good beginning. Simple. Already more honest than most things she had written in the past 8 years. "I am in the East Tower of the Velmoor Palace. I have been here for 3 months. I have a shelf of books organized by subject, a preferred chair in the library, and a habit of watching the city before dawn that I did not choose and cannot seem to stop. I am not performing. This is, I think, the most alarming sentence I have written in some years.
She paused.
She dipped the pen again. I am all right. I think I might be all right. She read this back. It was the same sentence she had written in the first attempt, months ago, and abandoned. She had abandoned it because it was too close to true, and the letter was being read, and she had not wanted those words in her mother's hands. The reason still applied. She was still not going to send this letter. But she had written it again anyway, which meant it was still, persistently, the truest thing she had to say. She had spent 3 months in a palace that was not hers, in a city conducting a war she had no part in, held in a tower that was comfortable by design and a cage by definition, and the truest thing she had to say was, I think I might be all right. I have a preferred chair. Tef would understand what this meant. Tef had spent 12 years in the Vaereth household, had seen Ysol at every stage of being necessary and never at rest, had handed her a folded note that said get out and stay out, and had meant it in every direction that a note could mean a thing. Tef would read I have a preferred chair, and understand it was a different kind of news from anything Ysol had sent in years. She folded the letter, put it in the second drawer, under the correspondence seal. She did not send it. She did not send it for the same reasons she had not sent the first. The letter would be read, and these words were not her mother's to have. But she did not destroy it either, because destroying it would have been the act of someone who was not sure she had the right to the feeling, and she thought she was perhaps beginning to have the right to the feeling, and she intended to protect that carefully. She set her pen down. She looked at the amber light. She thought 3 months. She had not meant to count. The map was Maren's. It was a working document, covered in notes in multiple hands, Maren's short, pressured script, Aldrich's careful, annotated footnotes, Sable's blunt directional arrows that ignored the cartographer's conventions entirely, and it had arrived in the library that evening because Maren had been cross-referencing it against a collection of territorial surveys from 30 years prior that were, inexplicably, shelved in the library's eastern alcove rather than the archive. Ysol had found the surveys first, actually 3 weeks ago, and had replaced them in their original location rather than noting them because she had been in the middle of something else, and they had not seemed immediately useful. She had not anticipated cross-referencing them this evening, but the evening had arrived the way evenings sometimes did in this library, gradually, and then all at once. The candles had been lit. The hour was somewhere past the second bell of evening. The palace was in its later registers, quieter, the working day folding into itself, a different quality to the corridors that Ysol had learned to read the way she had learned to read everything in this place. Maren had come in at the first bell, not looking for her, which Ysol had accepted at face value for approximately 10 days before she had stopped accepting it at face value and started finding it something else. Something she was still in the process of naming. They had been working at the same table for 90 minutes. This had happened before, the convergent working the shared table, but not like this. Not with the map between them. The map required a particular proximity that the respective books at opposite ends arrangement had allowed them to avoid, and now they were both leaning over it, and the candles were low, and the light was warm, and the distance between their hands on the table was approximately 2 inches. Neither of them had moved. This was notable, because Ysol had been aware of the 2 inches for approximately 35 minutes. She was aware of it with the specific, acute awareness of a woman who had spent her life being precise about distances, the space between herself and the nearest door, the gap between what was being said and what was being meant, the particular interval between a thing that was still ambiguous and a thing that had become something else entirely. 2 inches was not very far. 2 inches was the width of a hand. 2 inches was a distance you could cover without even deciding to move. She did not move. Maren was pointing at something on the map, a territorial boundary, the border where the Vaereth western settlements met the Queen's own lines, and her voice was in its working register, the one Ysol had been cataloging for weeks now, short, directed, the sentences of a woman who had trained herself to make every word carry its weight and applied the lesson with perhaps more thoroughness than it strictly required. The survey from the 3rd year of Aldrich's reign puts this ridge lying 18 miles further east, Maren said. without looking up from the map. The survey from the third year of Aldris's reign was conducted by a man who had not actually visited the ridge and was working from a shepherd's secondary account, Ysol said. Also, without looking up. The settlement records from the same period put the actual boundary at the position you currently have it. The discrepancy is administrative, not geographical. A pause. Maren looked at her. How do you know the survey was secondhand? The shepherd's road is marked, Ysol said. Not the ridge road. A surveyor who had visited the ridge would have had no reason to mark the shepherd's road. It only matters if you're navigating from the valley, which suggests the data was gathered from someone who was. Maren looked at the map. She looked at the ridge. She looked at the shepherd's road. That's either very obvious or not obvious at all, she said. It's a detail, Ysol said. Details are either obvious or invisible, depending on who is looking. Another pause. Maren's jaw shifted slightly, the particular set of it that Ysol had learned to recognize as the thing she did when she was recalibrating something, when the evidence had moved and she was adjusting her position without making a performance of the adjustment. It was one of the things Ysol had come to find. She did not say admire, she was being careful, notable about her. Most people, when they were wrong about something, took a moment to manage their faces. Maren managed her face as a matter of course, but when a correction was correct, she simply accepted it, and the only evidence of the process was that jaw shift. She had been corrected 4 times in the past 2 weeks and had accepted every correction. This still surprised Ysol each time. She looked back at the map. She was looking at the border. She was thinking about the shepherd's road, and not about the distance between her hand and Maren's hand on the table. She was not thinking about that. This boundary, Maren said. Her voice had changed registers slightly, still the working voice, but with something underneath it that Ysol couldn't quite name, something that was too quiet to identify reliably. Does it follow any natural landmark the survey would have missed? The stream, Ysol said. In the high-water years, it shifts. The boundary was drawn in a low-water year. What does that mean for the current territorial line? It means that in a wet season, approximately 40 families are technically on your side of the border who believe themselves to be on ours. She paused. Whether that is strategically useful depends on what you intend to do, with a wet season and 40 families. Maren looked at her. Something in her expression had shifted. Not the jaw, not the working face, something quieter than that. Something that came and went before Ysol could be certain of what she had seen. I intend, Maren said, to resolve the boundary correctly when there is capacity to do so, not to use 40 farming families as a lever. I know, Ysol said. The word had come out before she had decided to say it. She heard it the way she sometimes heard her own sentences when they had arrived without strategy, with a slight surprise, and with the awareness of what was underneath it. Not only agreement. Something more like recognition. Something more like, I know, I have been watching you for 3 months. I have catalogued your silences and your corrections, and the way you read the compact alone by candlelight, and the particular way you look at things you want to do correctly. And yes, I know.
She did not say this.
She looked at the map. Maren did not say anything either. For a long moment there was only the map and the candle and the silence, which was not the strategic silence Ysol had deployed in 1,000 rooms, and was not the thinking silence she had catalogued in Maren's repertoire, but was something else, the kind of silence that had the specific weight of 2 people who are each waiting for the other to be the one to move. Neither of them moved. Maren set down the compass she had been holding. She straightened. She looked at the map one more time, and then she said, I'll have Aldrich compare the survey records to the stream measurements. If the boundary requires correcting, it requires correcting. That seems right, Ysol said. Maren gathered the outer documents into the working stack she had arrived with. She did not look at Ysol directly as she did this. She was looking at the papers, at the map, at the ordinary business of putting things in order, but there was nothing in her manner that suggested she was avoiding looking, either. It was something more complicated than avoidance. It was the particular quality of a woman who is being very careful not to make something into a thing it might not yet be. Ysol understood this.
She was doing the same thing.
The surveys from Aldris's 3rd year, Maren said. Are they available in this section? Eastern alcove. 3rd shelf from the floor, left side.
A beat.
You found them 3 weeks ago. I find most things fairly quickly. Maren's mouth did something that was almost a smile, and chose at the last moment not to commit. She took the map. She moved toward the eastern alcove, and Ysol watched her cross the library without watching her directly, the way she had learned to watch most things in this building. She sat alone at the table in the candlelight. The 2-inch distance was now a much larger one, the full width of the library, and the absence of it was notable in a way that Ysol found she had no good category for. She pressed her palm flat against the table's surface. She looked at the map, which was wrong and which Maren was going to correct correctly, at her own pace for the right reasons. She thought, I know how to leave tonight. I have known since week 1. She thought, the guard rotation, the 32 steps, the kitchen gate. She smoothed the fabric of her skirt once over her knee, with 2 fingers, the small contained gesture she made when she was afraid. She observed herself making it.
She did not stop.
She thought, I have stopped trying to name what this is. This was, she recognized, not nothing. It was perhaps the most honest thing she had thought in years. She sat in the candlelight and looked at the maps and waited for Maren to come back, and did not examine why she was waiting, and found, in the not examining, something that was quieter than relief and steadier than hope, and which had no good name in any of the languages she had been taught to speak. She would find a name for it later. For now she let it be there, unnamed and present, the way the city was there every morning outside her window, simply itself, simply ongoing, requiring nothing from her but the willingness to look. Chapter 14. The Truth, Unstrategic. Ysol. She had not planned to tell her today. She had not, strictly speaking, planned to tell her at all, had not put it on any list, had not drawn up a timeline or a set of conditions under which the telling would become necessary or appropriate. She had the information, and she had been managing the information the way she managed most things that had costs she had not finished calculating. She had told herself it was not yet the moment. She had told herself there was more to know first, more to understand about the nature of the arrangement, more time needed before she could trust the telling to land without catastrophic consequence. She had told herself many things, over 3 months. She was in the library when it happened. Not the map evening. That had been 4 days ago, and she had spent 4 days in the careful aftermath of it, the particular state of a woman who has had a close encounter with her own feelings and is now conducting a thorough perimeter check to ensure they are not going to ambush her in an undefended moment. She had been largely successful in this effort. She had read extensively. She had attended 2 of the smaller court functions at Maren's invitation, had been precisely correct at both of them, had come back to the tower and tidied things that did not require tidying, and told herself the tidying was not diagnostic. She was in the library on an ordinary afternoon alone. Maren was in council. The library was quiet. She had been reading a judicial history from the second reign of Queen Aldris, the same section she had been reading and rereading for a week, though for different reasons now than when she had started. She had found the Aldris precedent weeks ago in Aldrich's Marginalia, and she had understood what it meant, and she had spent a week deciding whether to pursue it or whether to let it be a theoretical possibility she did not examine too closely, because examining it closely had consequences she was not entirely prepared to face. The consequences were that the compact could be satisfied without destroying people. The consequences were that there was a door that was not the door she had been planning. She set the book down. She looked at the library's south window, at the afternoon light making its slow transit across the stone floor. She thought about the 2-inch distance. She thought about the jaw shift when she was corrected. She thought about you don't have to be useful to anyone here, which she had heard once, standing outside the library while Reshin was inside it, and which she had carried for 2 months, like a letter she had not found the right address for. She thought, I came here as a plan. She thought, plans have outcomes. She thought, I have known since week 1 that the kitchen gate opens on 32 steps and a clear path to the city. I have not used it. I have known for 3 months exactly what exit was available to me, and I have made no move toward it, and I have been telling myself for 3 months that this was strategy, that I was not finished with what I came here to do, that the library still held things I needed to know. She thought, the library held one thing I needed to know, and I found it in the 5th week, and I have been here for 11 more weeks, and I have a preferred chair. This was, she recognized, the edge of the thing. She had been standing at it for some time. She had been measuring the distance carefully, noting the angles, preparing the contingencies. This was what she did at edges. She prepared. The preparation was finished. She found Maren in the corridor that connected the east wing to the council chamber, in the late afternoon, coming out of a session that had clearly been difficult. She could tell it had been difficult by the set of Maren's shoulders, not the public set, which was squared and correct and entirely composed, but the private one, the slight drop of tension at the end of a day that had asked too much of her public set. Ysol had been studying the difference for 3 months. She could read it now, with some confidence. Maren saw her and stopped. Her expression did the thing it always did when she was surprised by something she had not anticipated, a very brief reorganization of the neutral face, like a hand of cards being redealt. Then the neutral face returned, and she said, "Lady Ysol, did you need something?" "Yes," Ysol said. A pause. "The library?"
No.
Maren looked at her. Ysol recognized the look. It was the one Maren used when something had changed in the expected shape of an exchange, and she was recalibrating, her internal machinery adjusting with the particular focused quiet of a woman who had trained herself to read changes before they became surprises.
She was reading Ysol now.
She was getting something, Ysol thought. She was getting enough. "My study," Maren said. 5 minutes. The study was the room Ysol had been in only once, a brief administrative exchange in the first month, reviewing the terms of her access to the palace grounds. She had mapped it then with the automatic efficiency of a woman who mapped everything. The desk near the window, the shelves organized with a kind of exactness that suggested their owner would notice immediately if anything were moved, the 2 chairs positioned not for comfortable conversation but for the particular formality of a room where people came to conduct business and leave again. She had noted, that first time, that there were no decorative objects.
No portraits.
Nothing in the room that was there for any reason except function. She was standing in front of the desk now, and Maren was behind it, and the room had not changed since the first month, and Ysol thought, "She has never put anything in this room that is only hers." She thought, "She understands that more than she knows." "What did you need?" Maren said. Not a question, exactly, more the shape of an opening. A space being made available. Ysol had prepared no particular words. She had prepared the decision to say the thing, and then she had let the specific language be, because she had found, 3 months in, that the specific language of honest things had a way of arriving on its own when you had actually decided to be honest, and that preparing the words in advance was usually a way of preparing a version of honesty that was easier to say and less true. She had delivered enough of those. She was done. "I design my own captivity," she said. She heard the sentence in the quiet room and let it sit. Maren did not react. She was very still, the alert stillness, the one that preceded either speaking or considerable thought, and she was looking at Ysol with the full, unhurried attention she gave to things she was taking seriously. "My family's house was a worse cage than this one," Ysol said. She said it simply, the way she said things she had decided to commit to. "I chose to come here. The surrender was my idea. I arranged the terms in advance through back-channel correspondence that my mother believed she was conducting and I was, in fact, mostly directing. The East Tower, the library access, the window facing the city, I requested those specifically. I came here because I needed to be somewhere my mother could not reach me without making it political, and because Queen Maren of Velmoor had a documented reputation for keeping her word, and because political captivity was, of all the options available to me, the one that offered the most control." She stopped. She had set it to the floor for most of it, which she noted because she almost never spoke to the floor. It was not a habit she had. She was a woman who held eye contact with the specific discipline of someone for whom eye contact had always been a tool. She was not holding eye contact now. She looked up. "I have known how to leave since the first week," she said. "The guard rotation, the kitchen gate. 32 steps from the laundry passage. I have not left." She paused. The pause was not strategic. "I stopped telling myself it was because I hadn't finished what I came for. I stopped telling myself that approximately 6 weeks ago." Maren had not moved. She was still behind the desk, still in the particular stillness that had its own texture, not the thinking still, Not the furious still, something else. Something Ysol did not have a name for yet in Maren's repertoire. Something she had not seen before. I'm telling you, Ysol said, because it is the true thing, and I have been in this palace for 3 months, and I have been, she stopped. Started again. I am very tired of managing what I tell people. I find I do not want to manage what I tell you. I do not have a contingency plan for that. I am aware this is imprudent. I am aware you could use this information against me and against my family's position, and that the compact gives you. She stopped again. You already know what the compact gives you. You have known since before I arrived. She held her hands at her sides. She was not smoothing fabric. She was not pressing her palms flat against a surface. She was standing with her hands at her sides in the quiet room, and she was not managing her expression, and this was, she thought, either the bravest thing she had ever done or the most catastrophically stupid, and the gap between those two possibilities was narrow enough to make her feel faintly ill. She said, I am not asking for anything.
I want to be very clear about that.
I am not negotiating. I am not positioning. I am telling you because it is true, and because I have decided that you are someone I would rather tell the truth to than manage.
She stopped.
She had nothing else. That was all of it. She stood in the study with the late afternoon light coming through the window behind the desk, and she waited. Maren. The room was very quiet. She was standing behind her desk, and the room was very quiet, and the woman in front of her had just. I designed my own captivity. She understood the words individually. Each one of them made sense in isolation. She had been standing in the quiet room for what felt like a considerable span of time, and she had been understanding the words individually, and was now in the process of understanding them collectively, which was a different and considerably more difficult task. She had held Lady Ysol Vaereth for 3 months. She had held her correctly. She had reviewed the terms of the arrangement weekly. She had made certain the conditions were impeccable, the access fair, the treatment within every standard she held herself to, and several she had added specifically for this arrangement, because Sable's question, does it feel the same from the inside regardless, had stayed with her, and she had decided that the answer mattered. She had visited the tower. She had given access to the library. She had reviewed the compact and reminded herself of its requirements, and she had held, simultaneously, 2 things that were uncomfortable to hold simultaneously: the certainty of her oath and the creeping, unwelcome awareness that the woman in the East Tower was not at all what she had expected a prisoner to be. She had built a structure around this. A careful, load-bearing structure. The structure was, I know what I am doing. I know what this arrangement is. I know the shape of it. She had reviewed this structure regularly, the way she reviewed the compact, as a document, as a fixed point, as the thing that remained stable while other things moved. The structure was, she was now understanding, based on a premise that had just been removed from beneath it. I chose to come here. She thought. She chose to come here. She thought. 3 months. I have been holding a woman who chose to be held. The leverage I believed I had was, she thought about the working dinner, about the shepherd's track, about the library, the long afternoons, the particular quality of Ysol's silences which she had been studying. She would not deny that she had been studying them. She was not going to stand here in the aftermath of the most honest sentence anyone had said to her in years and continue the practice of not admitting things to herself, with the focused attention she gave to things that mattered. She thought about you don't have to be useful to anyone here. She thought about the fact that she had said it unprompted, to a woman she was supposed to be holding as leverage against a family she was sworn to ruin, and had not examined why she'd said it, and had been not examining it for 2 months in the specific way she did not examine things that cost too much to look at directly. She thought, she has known how to leave since the first week. She thought, she has not left. And there was the thing she had been not examining. Not the information about the captivity, which was devastating in its implications but which her mind was circling the perimeter of rather than entering directly yet, but the second part. The part that was not strategy and was not leverage and was not anything she could file in the administrative record of the arrangement. I stopped telling myself it was because I hadn't finished what I came for. I stopped telling myself that approximately 6 weeks ago. She was looking at Ysol's hands. They were at her sides. They were still. in the way that was different from Ysol's performed stillness, which Maren had been cataloging for 3 months with the attention she'd tried to convince herself was professional. The performed stillness was elegant and complete, a room dressed for company. This was something else. This was the stillness of a woman who had put everything down and was standing in front of you with nothing in her hands. She thought, she is not managing her expression. She had seen Ysol's managed expression in every configuration available to it. She knew it the way she knew the compact, by repeated exposure, at length, with close attention. What was on Ysol's face right now was not that. What was on Ysol's face right now was the underneath of it, the thing the managed expression was built over, and Maren had wondered about the underneath, had wondered and not examined the wondering, and here it was, and she did not know what to do with what it was doing to her chest. I am telling you because it is true, and because I have decided that you are someone I would rather tell the truth to than manage. She was quiet for a very long time. Outside the window, Velmoor continued. A cart in the lower quarter, its wheels on the cobblestones. A watch bell from the middle quarter, beginning the turn of the hour. The city going about the business of being a city, entirely indifferent to the fact that the floor had just shifted beneath the Queen's feet and had not stopped shifting. She thought, the oath has not changed. She thought, none of the law has changed. She thought, she is still, by every legal definition, by the terms of the compact, by the structure of the arrangement I have sworn to maintain, she is still my prisoner. She thought, she chose to be. She thought, and this was the one she could not look away from, the one that had been waiting at the center of all the others. She trusted me with this. This is the most expensive thing she has ever given anyone, and she gave it to me, and I have to decide what to do with it. She looked at Ysol. Ysol was looking back at her. The underneath expression was still there, not defiant, not performing courage, just present, the way Ysol was present when she was not managing things, which Maren had learned to recognize because she had seen it occasionally and briefly, and always in the moments that surprised her most. It was the expression of a woman who has done the thing, and is now simply in it, waiting to see what the world does with her honesty. Maren opened her mouth. She closed it. The thing she needed to say was not available to her yet. There were too many things behind it, too many implications she had not yet finished tracing, too much that had just changed in the architecture of everything she thought she understood about this arrangement, about this woman, about the particular costs of an oath that had felt, until approximately 3 minutes ago, like the most stable fact in her life. Ysol was watching her. She was being patient, the real patience, not the performed kind, the patience of a woman who has said her piece and is prepared to wait for whatever comes next, which was either a response or a consequence, and who had apparently decided that both were preferable to the alternative of continued management. Maren thought, she has not moved. She has not reached for a contingency. She is just standing there. She had never, in 3 months of watching her, seen Ysol stand somewhere without a contingency. She thought, what do I do with this? She thought, I don't know. She did not know. She was the queen who always knew, who reviewed the documents, who found the load-bearing argument, who could sit with the compact and extract from it the structure of what was required of her and proceed with precision. She sat with the structure of things. The structure of things was her primary resource. The structure had just changed. She was still looking at Ysol. Ysol was still looking at her. The late afternoon light came through the window and lay across the study floor between them, and the city kept going outside, and Maren was standing in the middle of the most important silence she had been inside in years, and she had nothing yet, not the words, not the shape of the response, not the framework within which the response could be correctly constructed, and for the first time in a very long time, in a room that required her to be a queen, she was simply a woman who did not know what to say. She stayed there with it. The silence held. Chapter 15. What Leverage Looks Like Now. She dismissed the evening chamberlain at the 7th bell and told him she would not need anything further. He had looked at her face in the way of men who had served long enough to understand the grammar of that expression and had said nothing, which was the correct response and the reason she kept him. She heard his footsteps retreat down the corridor, and then she heard nothing, only the palace settling into its evening wait, the particular quality of stone and silence that was the closest thing she had to solitude.
She sat at the desk.
She did not light the additional candle. The study was the same study it had always been. She was aware of this in the way she was aware, sometimes, of things that should not require noting and did anyway. The desk was the same desk, the shelves were the same shelves, the window held the same city she had governed for 3 years. Nothing in this room had changed. She had changed in it. She had changed in it in the past hour, and was now sitting in the unchanged room trying to take the measure of the change. She was methodical about this. It was, she had found over the years, the most reliable tool available to her in situations where feeling was not, professionally speaking, useful. She worked through the facts. She wrote them down, sometimes. She was not going to write them down tonight. They would not leave her head regardless. Fact, Ysol Vaereth had chosen to come here. She had not been surrendered. She had not been sent as a piece on a board by a family who had calculated her cost and decided they could afford it, or she had been that, in the sense that her family had believed themselves to be making that calculation, and had in fact been running a game that was not entirely theirs. The terms of the arrangement that Maren had believed were House Vaereth's terms were, in significant part, Ysol's. The East Tower. The library access. The correspondence provisions. The conditions that Maren had reviewed and accepted as reasonable had been reasonable because the woman who would be living inside them had ensured they would be. She had arrived in this palace with more control over her own captivity than Maren had over her custody. Maren pressed 2 fingers against the bridge of her nose. She held them there. Fact, Ysol had known how to leave since the first week. She had mapped the guard rotation. She had counted the steps from the laundry passage to the kitchen gate. She had not used this information, not for 3 months, not once in the 6 weeks since she had told herself she had finished with the reason she came. She had stayed. She had chosen to stay the way she had chosen to come, with intention, with information, with the specific, careful deliberateness of a woman who did nothing without understanding what she was doing. She had stayed because she had decided to stay. The implication of this was one Maren had been circling since the moment Ysol had said, "I stopped telling myself it was because I hadn't finished what I came for," circling it the way she circled things that cost too much to approach directly, rotating around the perimeter until she had a clear enough picture of the shape to look at the center. The center was this. Ysol Vaereth had not left. She had every capability to leave. She had the knowledge and the route, and she was, demonstrably, exactly the kind of woman who used what she had. She had not left. Maren did not look at the center of this directly.
She moved on.
Fact. The Veldran Compact had not changed. This was the most important fact, and she returned to it the way she returned to everything important, not as a comfort, but as a fixed point. The law was the law. The oath was the oath. She had sworn it in the dark, alone, in the 3rd year of her predecessor's illness, when the crown had become a matter of when rather than if, and she had held it since with the specific, unyielding loyalty of someone who understood that an oath was either kept or it was not, and the keeping of it was the part that was entirely hers to decide. The Vaereth family's ruin was required. The compact was clear. The timeline was not indefinite. This had not changed. Nothing in the law had changed. All of the meaning had. She stood. She went to the window. The city below was in its evening operation, the lamplighters on their circuit through the lower quarter, the watch change at the east gate, the particular movement of a city that was doing the work of being a city despite the war at its edges, which was either resilience or habit, and was probably both. She had spent 3 years governing the city, and she had loved it in the specific, unglamorous way she loved most things she was responsible for, with attention and without much sentiment, with the steady, daily commitment of someone who understood that love for a thing was demonstrated in the work of it, not in the feeling. She thought about the 3 truths and laid them out in the order they had arrived. The first, she could not pretend she did not know what she now knew. The arrangement had changed. Its meaning had changed. She was still Ysol's custodian, but she was no longer holding leverage. She was holding a woman who had handed herself to her as a deliberate act, which was something else entirely, and there was no version of proceeding in which she treated it as the same thing it had been before the telling. The second, the oath was unchanged. She would not break it. She had held this for 3 years, and she would hold it now. Not because she was rigid. She was aware, sometimes painfully, of the ways rigidity could look like integrity from the inside, but because the oath was not only hers. It was the queendom's. It was the framework inside which she had agreed to govern, the structure that made her a queen rather than simply a woman who happened to wear a crown, and she did not get to unmake it because it had become inconvenient to hold.
She did not flinch from this.
She held the second truth the way she held difficult things, steadily, without making a performance of the steadiness. The third, she was going to have to find a way to live inside both of these simultaneously.
She did not know how.
She stood at the window for a long time. She looked at the city, and the city was indifferent in the way cities were, going about its business regardless of what she was working through at the window above it, and she found this indifference, as she often did, useful. The city did not require her to have this resolve tonight. The city required her to govern correctly, tomorrow and the day after, which she intended to do. But tonight was not tomorrow. Tonight she was standing at the window in the dark with the facts laid out in their correct order, and none of them yet adding up to an answer she knew how to use, and she let this be true, because forcing an answer before it was ready was a different kind of dishonesty, and she was trying, in the aftermath of the most honest conversation she had been party to in years, to be honest. She thought about Ysol's hands at her sides. She had not been able to stop thinking about Ysol's hands at her sides. Not the composed hands, not the hands pressing flat against a surface when she was afraid. She had catalogued those. She knew what they meant. These had been different. These had been hands that were simply present, simply there, not performing stillness and not signaling fear, just the hands of a woman who had said the thing and was standing in the consequences of having said it. She thought, she is not managing her expression. She had not been. Maren had looked at Ysol's face in the study and seen the underneath of the managed face and had recognized it with a shock of something she had been wondering about for 3 months. What was underneath? Whether there was a real face beneath the exquisitely composed one, whether the person Ysol performed herself to be and the person Ysol was had any meaningful distance between them. And the recognition had landed somewhere in her chest in a way she was not going to examine right now. Not tonight. Tonight was for the facts. She turned from the window.
She went to the desk.
She pulled the compact from the shelf where she kept it, third from the left, above the case file for the northern border dispute, because everything in her study had a specific location, and she knew every one of them, and she set it in front of her and opened it to the relevant clause and read it. The houses named in this instrument and their political descendants shall be brought to such ruin as to render them incapable of acting against the queendom's interests, that this peace shall be maintained, and this compact satisfied in the eyes of all parties and all succession. She read it twice, 3 times. The language was precise, as it always was. It was also, as it had always been, what it was, a requirement. A thing she had sworn. A thing that would happen on a timeline that was not indefinite because the war at her borders was not indefinite, and the compact existed as a condition of peace, and peace was coming, and the compact would be satisfied. She had known this for 3 years. She had known it walking into every working dinner, and every library afternoon, and every unannounced tower visit, and she had held the knowing in the back of everything, the weight that did not go away. It was still there. It had not gotten lighter tonight. She sat with it. She sat with the compact and the window and the city going about its evening, and the third truth, she's going to have to find a way to live inside both of these simultaneously, and she did not find the way tonight. She had not expected to. She was the kind of woman who understood that some problems required living inside them for a while before their architecture became clear. She had 3 years of practice at exactly this kind of patience. She closed the compact. She set it back on the shelf, third from the left. She went to the door. She opened it. She stood in the frame for a moment, looking at the empty corridor. She thought. She did not ask for anything. She thought. She said, "I am not asking for anything," and she meant it, and the meaning of it was still in the room with her, in the place between her ribs where she kept the things she had not yet decided what to do with. She went to bed. She did not sleep. Chapter 16. The Court Has Eyes. She had expected something to change. She had not known precisely what. In the 4 days since she had told Maren the truth, the arrangement had been, on its surface, unchanged. She still had the tower room. She still had library access. The guard rotation was the same. The watch bells the same. The morning view of the city the same gray and amber it had always been. Maren had sent no message, had requested no additional meeting. The working dinner that had been standing on the calendar for the end of the week had been postponed by a note from Aldrich citing a council extension, which could have been exactly what it appeared to be, and could have been something else, and Ysol had held both possibilities, without committing to either. This was the problem with having told the truth without a contingency plan. She had prepared over a lifetime for the management of almost every outcome. She had not prepared for the outcome of simply waiting to see what someone did with her honesty, because she had never, before this, given anyone enough honesty to make the waiting necessary. She was very bad at the waiting. She managed it the way she managed things she was bad at. She kept busy. She read. She reorganized the tower shelf by a different system, by publication date rather than subject, then decided she preferred subject and reorganized it back, which she recognized as the behavior of a woman who was tidying when she was frightened and did not stop because the tidying at least gave her hands something to do. She wrote 2 letters to no one in particular and destroyed them. She sat by the window and watched the city breathe and attempted to achieve the quality of stillness that did not require her to perform it. She was largely unsuccessful. Russian Kulv found her in the East Garden on the 3rd day. She had gone to the garden because the library felt too much like waiting for something and the tower felt too much like being enclosed, and she had needed, briefly, the specific relief of being in an open space where no one had arranged the furniture. The East Garden was small and formal, clipped hedges, a central fountain that was not running this late in the season, the stone bench near the south wall that caught the most light in the afternoon. She had used it twice before and found it the most useful space in the palace for achieving something close to neutral. She was sitting on the stone bench with a book she was not reading when she heard his footsteps on the garden path. The particular quality of them, unhurried and certain, the footsteps of a man who had never encountered a space that did not seem to want him in it. Lady Ysol. Russian came around the hedge with the specific warmth that was his primary diplomatic instrument, a warmth that was entirely real and entirely calculated, which was a combination she had found, the first time she encountered it, both impressive and deeply exhausting. I hoped I might find you here. You've been absent from the smaller court functions this week. I have had a great deal to read, she said. Of course. He settled himself on the bench at a distance that was precisely calculated to suggest companionship without assumption, and she gave him a half point for this, because it was well executed. The library's collection really is remarkable. I understand you've been making extensive use of the historical archive. It's a useful archive. He looked at the fountain, which was not running, with the expression of a man who had decided to wait for the natural opening in a conversation rather than manufacture one. This was also well executed, and she gave him another half point for it while simultaneously noting that he had come out here with a purpose and the apparent patience was not an absence of agenda, but a delivery mechanism for it. She waited. The Queen seems occupied this week, he said after a moment, in the tone of a man observing a passing weather system. Queens generally are. True. He smiled. It was a good smile. She had always acknowledged this professionally, the way she acknowledged all effective tools. Though I notice she's been particularly occupied since, he paused, just briefly, just enough, certain recent events. You would know better than I would, naturally, given your... Another pause, this one lighter, proximity to the Queen's working schedule. She looked at him. Russian's smile did not change. His eyes were intelligent and patient, and he was looking at her with the expression of a man who had placed a small, carefully weighted item on a scale and was watching to see how it landed. She thought, he does not know what happened. He knows that something happened. He has observed the atmospheric aftermath, the postponed dinner, the quality of distance that had developed in the past 4 days in the way that distance developed between 2 people who had been in a particular kind of proximity, and were now in the process of understanding what that meant. He is trying to determine what the something was. He was good. She would give him that. He was collecting information in the specific, patient way of a man whose primary currency was knowing things before others did, and he had correctly identified that something had shifted, which meant he had been watching carefully enough to know what the baseline looked like. She found this, under ordinary circumstances, professionally impressive. Under these circumstances, she found it wearing in the specific way that very capable threats were wearing. You would need to ask the Queen about her schedule, she said. I'm afraid I don't have particular insight into it. Of course, Reshan said, in the warm tone of a man accepting an expected answer. I only mention it because… He turned slightly toward her, and his voice dropped to the register of apparent confidence. I've been, if I am honest, a little concerned about your position here. The arrangement has always seemed to me somewhat… He searched for the word with a performance that was quite good, variable in its protections. As the situation evolves, one wants to ensure that the people one finds interesting are, a slight emphasis, adequately situated. She looked at him for a moment. That's very thoughtful, she said. He heard the underneath of it. He was good enough to hear the underneath of it, and to understand that the underneath was not dismissal, precisely, but a clear delineation. I see exactly what you are doing, and I am not going to pretend I don't. And neither of us is going to find this conversation more useful than it currently is if you continue in this direction. He sat with this for a moment, and then he did something she had not expected. He smiled with something that was briefly and genuinely rueful. I overestimated the subtlety required, he said. Slightly, she agreed. He stood. He straightened his coat. I should not keep you from your reading. He paused at the turn of the path. For what it's worth, and I recognize you have every reason to value this at approximately nothing, I do not intend you harm. I am aware that this is exactly what someone who intended you harm would say. The rueful quality again, quicker this time. I find you enormously interesting, Lady Ysol, and in my experience that tends to mean I should probably leave you alone. He left. She watched him go, and then she sat for a moment in the garden with the afternoon light on the stone and the not-running fountain, and she took honest stock of that exchange. He was not her enemy. He was also not her ally and was not going to become one, and the fact that he had noticed the atmospheric shift was a problem of a specific kind. Reshan collected information and deployed it in the service of proximity to the Queen, and what he had almost named in that conversation was not yet information he could use, but it was information he was gathering. She would need to be more careful. She had told herself she was done being careful. She had told Maren the truth and stood in it without managing it, and she had thought, she had believed, that this was a kind of threshold, that crossing it meant something about what came after. She was discovering that thresholds were not permanent states. You could choose honesty in one room and still need to be careful in the garden. She was tired of being careful in gardens. The letter from her family arrived the next morning. She had been expecting it, the way she expected most things her mother did, not with certainty about the form, but with the general confidence that House Vaereth monitored situations that were relevant to the house's interests with close attention, and 3 months of silence had been either strategic patience or an accumulation of pressure, and the pressure had arrived. Aldrich delivered it personally, which meant he had read the outer communication and determined it required discretion. He set it on the desk without comment and gave her the look of a man who had served 3 queens and had developed the specific capacity to communicate. I am not going to say anything about this, and I trust you to deal with it correctly through the angle of his departure. She appreciated him for this. She often appreciated him. The formal communication was impeccable. It was, on its surface, exactly what a concerned family sent through diplomatic channels, a request for a welfare report on their daughter, appropriately formal in register, citing the duration of the arrangement and the family's natural concern for her well-being. The language was correct and warm and entirely without a hair out of place. Ysol read it with the attention she gave to her mother's work, which was always thorough, because House Vaereth's work always repaid thorough attention. Folded inside the formal communication, in the small gap between the outer pages, was a note, 2 lines, in her mother's hand, the handwriting she had grown up with, precise and angular, the handwriting of a woman who had decided long ago that clarity was more important than elegance. Don't forget who you are there for. We are watching for your return. She held the note for a long time. She sat at the tower desk with the morning light coming through the window and the note in her hands, and she held it, and she did not smooth her skirt, and she did not press her palms flat against the surface, and she was careful. She was very careful not to make any movement that was a tell, because the guard outside could see through the window's glass, and she was still performing for the room she was in even now. Even here, even with the note in her hands. She was there for the house. She had always been there for the house. Everything she had ever done, the negotiations, the diplomatic events, the careful cultivation of relationships her mother had directed, the way she had arranged her face and her voice and her body in every room she had ever been put into, she had done for the house. She had been the house's instrument, its most expensive piece, its point of leverage, and its diplomatic face. She had been the house's daughter, which was a different thing from being a person, and the difference had been clear for a very long time, but was somehow clearer now, in the east tower of a palace that was not her house, looking at 2 lines of her mother's handwriting. Don't forget who you are there for. She thought about Maren's study, about standing in it with her hands at her sides and saying the thing without a contingency plan. She thought, I was there for myself. For the first time in my life, I did something for myself. She thought, I came here for myself and I stayed here for. She stopped. She did not finish the thought, because the thought went somewhere she was not ready to look at yet, not this morning, not with her mother's handwriting in her hands. She thought about the note from Tef in the second drawer.
Get out and stay out.
2 different instructions from 2 different women, and she had followed one of them and not the other, and the one she had not followed was not Tef's. She folded her mother's note. She opened the bottom drawer of the desk, the one she had cleared in the 3rd week, where she kept the things that were hers and not the house's. Tef's note was there, and the letter she had not sent, and the small leather-bound book she had been writing in since the 1st week, which was not a journal but was closer to a journal than anything she had kept in years. She put her mother's note in the drawer. She put it face down next to the house sigil earrings, which she had placed face down in the 3rd week and had not looked at since. She closed the drawer. She sat for a moment and looked at her hands on the desk surface. Long fingers, the particular softness of a woman who had never been allowed to do anything useful with them, which was not softness at all. It was the evidence of a very specific kind of use. She thought, I have been her most valuable piece for 28 years. She thought, I am beginning to understand what it costs. She stood. She smoothed her skirt, once, with 2 fingers, not the frightened gesture, not this time, something more deliberate. More like a finishing gesture, the gesture of a woman putting something away. She went to the library. She had reading to do. Chapter 17. The Oath, Revisited. The intelligence from Aldrich was, as Aldrich's intelligence always was, delivered without editorializing and received with the full understanding that the absence of editorializing was itself a form of comment. He set the report on her desk at the morning meeting with the particular care of a man placing something he expected her to find unpleasant. She read it without speaking. He waited with the patience of someone who had done this many times before, brought her things that were going to cost her something, stood still while she worked through the cost, and said nothing until she was ready to ask. The traction, she said, when she had finished. How broad. 3 houses have formally shifted their stated position on the northern question in the past fortnight. A 4th is understood to be considering it. He folded his hands. House Vaereth has been received at all of them. The framing is consistent. The family has made a considerable sacrifice in the name of regional stability. The daughter suffers. The queen has taken what she required and returned nothing. He paused. The last point is not stated directly. It is, however, the point. Maren set the report down. She looked at the window. The city in its mid-morning operation, the market carts, the movement of ordinary things going about their ordinary purposes, entirely indifferent to the question of how her prisoner arrangement had been reframed into a story of maternal grief and royal indifference. And the timeline, she said. Your Majesty. Aldrich's voice had shifted, not softer, but more deliberate, the register he used when he was being precise about something that mattered. The compact's conditions for initiation are no longer discretionary. The arrangement has now exceeded the standard window for preliminary action by 11 days. If the process does not begin within the fortnight. I know what happens if the process does not begin. Yes. He looked at her. He was the only member of her court who looked at her, not toward her, not past her, but directly at her, with the patient, unglamorous attention of a man who had served long enough to understand that looking away from queens when they were working through something was a way of not being useful to them. There is one other matter. She waited. Lady Ysol's family has submitted the welfare report request through formal diplomatic channels. It arrived yesterday. The communication is, he considered, correct in all its particulars. She had known it was coming. She had known since Ysol had shown her the private note, folded face down in the drawer with the rest of her family's artifacts. She had not spoken to Ysol about it. Ysol had not brought it to her. They had both known the other knew, and they had both chosen, in the days since, the particular silence of two people who were managing the same approaching weight from opposite sides and had decided, without discussion, that naming it was not yet the thing. Draft the formal response, she said. Standard welfare confirmation. The conditions of the arrangement are met and exceeded. The prisoner is in good health and has full access to correspondence, library, and palace grounds. Of course. He gathered the documents. He paused at the door. Shall I note anything else? She thought about what else there was to note. She thought about 4 days of very careful distance and Ysol moving through the palace with the composed steadiness of a woman who had made a decision and was living inside it, and the specific quality of the silence between them when they had briefly passed each other in the corridor outside the library, and the thing Ysol had not said, and the thing Maren had not said, and the particular ache of that exchange. No, she said. That will be sufficient. She visited the East Tower that evening. She had not planned to. She had plans for the evening. The supply report that needed her attention, the border correspondence from Sable that had been waiting for 3 days, the compact's procedural documents she needed to begin reading in earnest now that the timeline had become explicit rather than implied. She had a great deal to do. She had been doing a great deal to do for the past 4 days with the focused efficiency of a woman who was keeping very busy, because keeping very busy was the alternative to sitting with the thing she was keeping busy about. She went to the tower anyway. She told herself it was a condition check. She had been telling herself things like this for months, and they were always partly true, and she had mostly stopped pretending they were only true. The guard announced her. She knocked, which she always did, which was still irregular and had become, over 3 months, simply the way it was done. Ysol's voice came from within, composed. The word she used, the word that meant come in the register of a woman who was already prepared to be looked at. The room was candlelit. Ysol was at the writing desk, the leather-bound book open in front of her. Not the legal archive, the other one, the one she wrote in privately, which she closed without haste when Maren entered, but also without the sharp movement of someone hiding something. Something more like, "This is mine, and I am comfortable enough here to let you see that I have it, but it is still mine." Maren came in. She looked at the room with the automatic inventory she took of things she was responsible for. Everything in order. Everything familiar. The shelf of books organized by subject, the traveling cloak hanging on the peg by the door, the small pile of rejected correspondence stacked neatly by the window, correspondence from her family that Ysol received, reviewed, and set aside with the same composed efficiency she brought to every task that was unpleasant and inevitable. On Ysol's right hand was a ring Maren had not paid attention to before, simple gold, nothing ornate, bearing the Vaereth falcon in low relief. The house sigil. She had not noticed it because Ysol wore it with the same unremarkable consistency she wore most things that her family had decided she should wear, and because Maren had been, she acknowledged privately, paying attention to other things. She pulled the chair from the corner and sat, which she had started doing at some point in the middle months, because standing in a prisoner's room while conducting a check on a prisoner's conditions required less honesty than she was currently able to manage. "The correspondence from your family," Maren said. "I received it." Ysol's voice was even. "You don't have to respond if you—" "I know." A pause. Not cold, simply conclusive. The kind of pause that meant I have already thought about this and I have made a decision and I don't require further discussion of it. The formal communication will need a response by the end of the week. I intend to provide one. The formal response has already been drafted on the palace's side. You are under no obligation. I know what I'm obligated to. Ysol looked at her then. Not the managed look, not the performed one. Something quieter. The underneath, which Maren had seen once and had been thinking about ever since with the specific intensity of someone examining a thing they cannot stop finding significant. "How are you?" Maren was quiet for a moment. The question was not one she was accustomed to receiving. Not because no one asked it, people asked it constantly in the careful, performative way of people who expected, well, thank you, and were not asking for anything more than the form of the exchange. Ysol asked it differently. She asked it the way she did most things she actually meant, without elaboration, directly, with the full weight of someone who was prepared to hear an actual answer and was offering the space for one.
Managing, Maren said.
Which was true, and not the whole truth, and was the closest she could come, tonight, to the space between. Yes. Ysol looked back at the desk. Her hands were still on the surface, not pressing flat, not smoothing fabric, simply resting. The ring caught the candlelight briefly. I imagine there's a great deal requiring management. There generally is. More so lately. Maren did not answer this. Ysol did not seem to require her to. She had this quality, had always had it or always had it in Maren's experience, of asking questions that were also, if necessary, simply observations that could be received as either and would not press for more than was offered. It was, Maren thought, one of the things she had come to find. She stopped the thought before it completed. I've been reading the border surveys, Ysol said after a moment. The updated ones Aldrich sent to the library after the last council session. They're not restricted documents. I know. I've been trying to understand whether the stream boundary issue would require a legislative correction or an administrative one. I have a hypothesis. I'd be interested in your view. And there it was. The pivot to inconsequential things, or things that were not inconsequential but were manageable, that had a shape they both knew how to hold, that required the exact same kind of attention without requiring anything they had not yet figured out how to give. Maren understood the offer for what it was. She accepted it. Tell me your hypothesis, she said. Ysol did. It was, as Ysol's hypotheses always were, precisely reasoned and almost entirely correct, with one gap in her understanding of the relevant administrative procedure that Maren corrected, which Ysol accepted without comment in the way she accepted corrections, immediately, completely, with no performance of concession. They talked about the stream boundary for 20 minutes. They talked about a minor territorial dispute in the southern corridor that had been generating paperwork for 2 years and showed no signs of resolving itself. They talked, briefly and wryly, about the peculiarity of the Queendom's land registry system, which had been administered by 3 successive registrars who had each applied a different convention and not bothered to note the changes, and which Aldrich had been trying to standardize for the entirety of Maren's reign with limited success. Ysol's dry humor surfaced twice. Both times, Maren did not stop her laugh in time. The candles burned lower. The city went quiet by degrees outside the window. At some point the conversation had simply settled into itself, not silence, but the specific quality of 2 people who are comfortable enough in the same space to let the talk find its own pace, to let it breathe, to not require it to carry more than it actually holds. Maren was aware, in the way she was aware of most things she could not afford to look at directly, that this was the last time. Not because she knew it concretely. She did not know what Ysol was composing, in her mind, in the privacy of the leather-bound book and the drawer of unsent letters. She knew only that the timeline had become explicit today, that the machinery had begun to move in earnest, and that there was a version of the next several weeks in which this particular quality of evening, the candlelight, the talk about surveys, the 2 quiet laughs, became a thing that had existed and then had stopped. She thought, tell her. She thought, tell her about the timeline. Tell her the process is beginning. Tell her the truth of it, the way she told you the truth of hers, and let her have the information she is owed. She did not tell her. She did not tell her, because the information would change the shape of the room. Because Ysol would receive it with the composed, precise attention she brought to everything, and would understand its full implication, and would do with it whatever she had already decided to do with the version of events she had been quietly preparing for, and the evening as it currently existed. The surveys, the registry, the 2 laughs, would become something other than what it was. She was not ready for the evening to become something other than what it was. This was a failure of honesty, and she knew it, and she held it alongside the specific ache of a woman who had held difficult things for long enough to understand that knowing the cost of something did not always mean you were ready to pay it. Ysol was looking at the city through the window. The angle of her face in the candlelight was the familiar one. Not the public face, not the performing face. The one Maren had come to understand was what Ysol looked like when she was simply where she was. The ring on her hand caught the light again. The small falcon, rendered in gold, belonging to a house she had not chosen and had spent the better part of her adult life trying to survive. "I should let you sleep," Maren said. Ysol looked at her. She had the expression, the specific, contained expression, of a woman who had something to say and had decided not to say it. Maren recognized it because it was her own expression and because she was in the process of deciding not to say something herself, and because the entire room was, in that moment, full of the weight of unsaid things pressing gently at every surface. "Good night," Ysol said.
"Good night," Maren said.
She went to the door. She stopped with her hand on the frame. The habit she had developed without deciding to, the pause that had no administrative function, and which she had never quite managed to eliminate. She did not turn around. She went out into the corridor. She went down the stairs. She walked back through the palace to her study, and she sat at her desk, and she opened the procedural documents for the compact's initiation, and she began to read them. She read them for 2 hours. She understood everything they required. She did not sleep. Chapter 18. The lock she left undone. The candle had burned to its last inch when Ysol finally stopped pretending she was going to sleep. She sat at the edge of the bed, her bed, in her room, in her cage, and looked at her hands in the dark the way she sometimes did when she needed to remember they belonged to her. Long fingers, the particular softness of a woman who had never been allowed to do anything useful with them. She had spent 3 months in this tower learning that softness could be a kind of armor and a kind of lie all at once, and she was so tired of both. Outside, the city of Velmoor breathed in the low, gray way of cities sleeping through a war. She could hear the distant watch bell. She had learned, in 3 months, the rhythm of every bell in this queendom, the way time moved differently here, slower, like a place that actually believed it had a future. She had started to believe it too. That was the problem. She rose. She moved the way she had always moved in her family's house, with a stillness so practiced it had become instinct, the particular silence of a woman who learned early that the space between herself and the nearest door was the most important measurement in any room. She did not light another candle.
She did not need to see.
She dressed simply, left the gowns, left the jewelry, the earrings her family's intermediaries had sent, which were already face down in the back of the drawer where she had put them weeks ago, and which she did not retrieve. She looked at the ring on her hand for a moment, the Vaereth falcon in low gold relief, worn on her right hand since she was old enough to be given it, which was the same year she was old enough to be sent to her first diplomatic function, and was not a coincidence. She slid it off. She set it on the windowsill. She did not look at it again. She took the traveling cloak Queen Maren's chamberlain had offered her in the 3rd week, the one in dark wool that smelled like cedar and nobody's politics. She took her boots. She took the small leather-bound book she had been writing in since the 1st week. Not a journal, exactly. More of a record. Evidence, maybe, that she had existed here in a way that was almost her own. Then she sat back down at the writing desk and, for a long time, did nothing. The letter had been writing itself in her mind for a fortnight. She had told herself she was composing it merely as an exercise, the way she composed everything, contingencies, options, the shape of a thing before she committed to its form. She told herself she might not send it. She told herself she was simply a woman who liked to be prepared. She pulled a sheet of paper from the desk's single drawer,
Dipped the pen.
set it down, picked it up again. "Your Majesty,"
She stopped.
crossed it out, began again. "Maren, that was worse." That was the whole problem, right there, in 7 letters. She set her pen to the paper, and she wrote, "Maren, I am going to ask you to forgive the informality. I find I don't have it in me, tonight, to address you as anything but yourself. If that is a liberty I haven't earned, add it to the ledger. I suspect it will be a short list. I want to tell you why I'm leaving, and I want to do it honestly, which is a strange new habit I seem to have developed in your company. I hope it serves me better than the old ones. I design my own captivity. You know this now. I came to Velmoor because my family's house was the kind of prison that doesn't need bars, only love and obligation and the specific, suffocating weight of being someone's most valuable piece. I came because I needed to be somewhere my mother could not reach me without making it political. I came because I am very good at building cages and I thought this time I might build one I could survive. I did not account for you. I've spent 3 months in this tower, and I've been more myself here, more freely, dangerously, terrifyingly myself, than in 30 years inside my family's walls. I do not know what to do with that. I have been trying to decide whether it means the captivity worked or failed, and I think the answer is that it did something I never designed it to do. It gave me a door I didn't have to pick. You are the door, Maren.
I think you know that.
And that is why I'm leaving. I have watched you carry the weight of your oath for 3 months. I have watched you be a queen in the most brutal sense of the word, not the crowned, celebrated sense, but the private one. The one where you sit with the cost of things after everyone else has gone to bed. I know that look. I have worn it. I have watched my mother wear it, and I swore I would never love someone who loved their obligation more than they loved their own name. And then I met you, and you made obligation look like integrity, and I didn't stand a chance. The oath binds you to my family's ruin.
I know.
I have known since the second week. I spent a fortnight reading your kingdom's legal histories in your own library. You gave me access, which was either very trusting or very strategically useful, and I have decided to believe it was both, and I understand what your coronation meant. I understand what breaking it would cost you. I am not asking you to break it. I am not asking you for anything. That is the entire point of this letter. I have spent my whole life being the reason someone else had to choose. My father chose his alliances over my name. My mother chose the family's legacy over my body, my truth, everything I had to fight to make real in myself. Every room I have ever been in, I have been a variable in someone else's equation, a piece to be moved, a leverage point, a diplomatic gift wrapped in silk and sent across borders. I will not be that for you.
You are good, Maren.
Not perfectly, you have a temper, and you are occasionally wrong about military strategy in ways that must be very frustrating for your generals, and you take your tea too bitter, and you apologize for things that are not your fault while refusing to apologize for things that are. But you are good in the way that matters. You take the cost of things seriously. You do not pretend the damage doesn't happen. I will not be a cost you have to take seriously. I will not stand in your throne room and be the weight that bends you. I have been someone's heaviest thing my entire life, and I am finished. My family's ruin is coming. Let it come. Whatever the oath demands, let it move forward without me in the middle of it, complicating the math. I am removing myself from the equation. Not because I want to. I want to stay so badly it feels like a physical thing, like something I could reach for if I weren't so careful with my hands. But I want you to choose this cleanly if you choose it at all. I want it to be because you want it, not because I am standing in front of you making it impossible to want anything else. I know how I look, standing in front of people. I know what I do to the available choices. So I am stepping out of the room. What you do next is yours. I am going north. I have enough coin for 3 weeks of travel and a reasonable winter, and I have always wanted to see the Ashvin coast, which I mention not so you can follow me, but because I am trying this new thing where I tell people what I want even when it frightens me. I want to see the sea. I have never seen it. I have been too busy being useful. I hope your oath finds a shape you can live inside. I hope you find something on the other side of it that is only yours. I hope, eventually, when the dust of all of this has settled into something like ordinary history, you are happy.
I think you could be.
I think you don't quite believe that yet. I am choosing to believe it on your behalf, for now, and I will carry it north with me until you're ready to carry it yourself. You are not the cage, Maren. That is the most important thing I know. Yours, and I mean that in whatever way you need it to mean, from sincerely to something considerably more complicated. Ysol. She left the letter on the desk, propped against the inkwell, so it would not be missed. She did not seal it. Sealing felt like a kind of finality she wasn't certain she had the right to claim. Whatever Maren did with this information, with the truth of her, spread open like a wound on that page, was Maren's to decide. That was the point. That had always been the point. The corridor outside her room was empty. The guard rotated at the watch bell, and she had 32 seconds between the first bell and the arrival of the replacement. She knew this the way she knew most things, by watching, quietly, for a very long time. She had not been planning to leave. She had simply liked knowing that she could. She walked quickly through the eastern corridor, down the servants' staircase that smelled of tallow and stone, through the laundry yard, and out through the low gate that the kitchen staff used for early market runs and that nobody bothered to bar before the third bell of morning. The night air hit her like a question. She stood in the alley behind the palace, in the dark, in borrowed wool, and felt the staggering vertigo of a woman who has spent her entire life engineering her exits and has never actually used one. She thought about the ring on the windowsill. She thought about the unsent letter to Tef, still in the drawer. The one she had not sent, the one she had written and kept because she had wanted to protect the feeling in it. She had not sent it because the words were not her mother's to have. But the drawer was not going anywhere. The letter would be found when the room was eventually cleared, and whoever found it would read, "I am all right. I think I might be all right and not understand what it cost to write." Tef would understand. But Tef was not going to find it. She thought, get out and stay out. She had followed the first instruction for 3 months and been found. She had not followed the second until now, and she thought Tef would be glad for approximately 30 seconds before they started worrying again. She would write to them properly, when she was north, when the correspondence was not being read, when the words could be hers. She thought about Maren's study, about the candle she had noticed burning, visible through the study window, when she had looked back once as she crossed the laundry yard. Someone still awake. Someone still working or not working, or sitting in the dark with the documents and the compact and the weight of the thing that did not get lighter. She did not go back. She picked a direction. And she walked. Chapter 19. The Candle That Burned All Night. The night chamberlain brought it at the 4th bell. He knocked twice, quietly, which was the knock he used when the matter was not an emergency, but could not wait for morning. She had been awake. She had been awake since the 2nd bell, sitting at the desk with the compact's procedural documents and the specific, grinding quality of alertness that came from not sleeping and telling herself she was being productive. She took the letter from him, without looking at him. She looked at it. The paper was folded, not sealed. The fold was precise. Ysol's work, the same clean edges she brought to everything she handled. There was no wax, no string, nothing to break or cut. Just paper, folded, waiting. She said, without looking away from it. When? The Knight Chamberlain found it at the 4th bell, Your Majesty. The East Tower room was empty. She looked at him now. The guard rotation change, he said carefully. The replacement arrived and the room was empty. The ring was on the windowsill. There was no indication of distress. The Chamberlain assessed it as he stopped. As a departure, she said. Yes, Your Majesty. A silence. Outside the window, the city was in its deep hours, the particular quiet of a place that had gone to bed in earnest, that had stopped its evening work and given itself over to darkness, and the bells counting out the time. That will be all, she said.
He left.
She heard his footsteps recede. She stood alone in her private chamber with the letter in her hands and looked at it for a long time. She did not open it. She could not have said precisely why. She was not, generally, a woman who delayed receiving information. Delay was a form of management, and management was not what was asked of her right now. But there was something in the weight of the folded paper that required, not postponement. More like, time to be the right person to read it. Time to stop being the queen who had been awake since the 2nd bell processing procedural documents, and to become, instead, simply the woman who had sat across from Ysol for 3 months in the candlelight and had not yet said the thing. She set the letter on the desk. She put her hand on it flat. She sat with the candle and the dark and the city going about its deep hours outside the window. The candle burned. When morning came, the gray, slow light that arrived first at the window's edge and spread inward like a tide, she picked up the letter. She read it standing, still in yesterday's clothes, having broken the non-seal, the folded, unbound edge, with the bluntness of someone who had been waiting long enough. She read it. I designed my own captivity. You know this now. I did not account for you. You are the door, Maren. I think you know that. And that is why I'm leaving. She read until the end. She stood at the window with the letter in both hands and the city dark below her, and she read every word. Then she sat down on the floor. She was not, generally, a woman who sat on floors. She was a queen. She sat on thrones, on council chairs, on the stone rim of the east well when she was tired and didn't want anyone to know it. She sat on floors when her legs went out from under her, and she hadn't decided yet whether to let anyone see.
There was no one to see.
She sat on the floor of her private chamber, and she read the letter again. The second time was worse. She had expected the second time to be better. She generally found that second readings were steadier, that the first reading was for the impact and the second for the understanding, and that understanding was always more manageable than impact. The second time was worse because the first time she had been reading for information. Where is she? Is she safe? What does she want from me? The second time she was just reading it as a piece of writing, as a document authored by a woman who had decided, for the first time, to mean every word. I will not be a cost you have to take seriously. She pressed the heel of her hand against her sternum, like that would help. It did not help. You have a temper, and you are occasionally wrong about military strategy in ways that must be very frustrating for your generals, and you take your tea too bitter, and you apologize for things that are not your fault while refusing to apologize for things that are. She read this 3 times. Not because she did not understand it, because it was the first time in years that someone had described her accurately in writing, to her face, with the specific, unsentimental precision of a person who had paid close attention and was reporting what they had actually found rather than what they had decided to find. She had spent 3 months in proximity to that precision. She had been the subject of it without knowing she was the subject of it. She had watched Ysol watch her, had catalogued the watching the way she catalogued everything, had told herself it was intelligence gathering or scrutiny or the understandable wariness of a prisoner assessing her captor. Any of the explanations that were partly true and not the whole truth. And here was the whole truth, on paper, in Ysol's precise hand, reading like a letter and feeling like being known. I swore I would never love someone who loved their obligation more than they loved their own name. And then I met you, and you made obligation look like integrity, and I didn't stand a chance. She was still sitting on the floor. She was aware of this. She was the Queen of Velmoor, and she was sitting on the floor of her private chamber at 4 in the morning reading a letter for the second time, and she was aware, in the way she was aware of most things she could not stop from being true, that there was no version of this in which she was entirely composed. She let herself not be composed. She had no audience. There was no one to govern for, no one to be steady for, nothing required of her in the next several hours except to sit here and be the woman who was reading this letter, and she sat on the floor, and she was that woman, and she let it be what it was. She could not stop at, "You are not the cage, Maren." She had read everything else multiple times now, and this sentence she had read most of all. She read it and read it. She turned it over the way she turned over things that required understanding, from multiple angles, in different lights, with the methodical attention she applied to problems that had a shape she needed to find before she could work with them. You are not the cage, Maren. The sentence meant, I am not leaving because of you. It meant, you did not make this worse. It meant, I have been in cages my whole life, and this is not how a cage feels. It meant all of these things at once, and it was also, underneath all of them, the most generous thing anyone had ever said to her. She had held a woman for 3 months. She had held her correctly. She was certain of this, had reviewed the certainty with the same care she reviewed everything she needed to be certain of, but she had held her. She had been the mechanism of the arrangement, the oath's instrument, the structure within which Ysol had existed as a prisoner, and then as a willing prisoner, and then as whatever she had been in the last weeks, which was something neither of them had found the right name for. She had been all of these things simultaneously, and Ysol had looked at the whole of it and had written, You are not the cage. As if she understood the difference between the structure and the person inside it. As if she had already done the work of separating those things and had found, on the other side of the separation, that what remained was worth something. Maren pressed her palm against the letter, flat, the way she pressed her palm against things she was not ready to set down. The candle burned. She did not go to bed. She did not move from the floor. She sat with the letter. in her lap, and the city breathing darkly outside her window, and the particular, expensive weight of being known by someone who had just walked north toward a coastline she had never seen, and she let the night do what nights did. It moved at its own pace, and it asked nothing of her, and it did not require her to have resolved anything before it became morning. She read the letter one more time. She did not know how many times she was going to read it before she finished. She suspected the answer was a great many. She suspected the letter was going to live in her coat pocket, in the soft interior place where she kept the things she needed to be able to reach without deciding to, until the fold lines went soft. She suspected it already felt like a thing she intended to keep. I am going north. I have enough coin for 3 weeks of travel and a reasonable winter, and I have always wanted to see the Ashfin coast. She thought. She has never seen the sea. She thought, I have never seen the sea either. She had been going to. She had kept telling herself she was going to, when the war was settled, when the compact was satisfied, when there was capacity for the kind of journey that had no administrative function. She had been putting it off with the specific, patient intention of someone who was saving a thing for later, and later had not yet arrived. She thought, the Ashfin coast is 400 miles. She sat with this for a long time. She did not follow it to its conclusion. She was not, tonight, the queen who followed things to their conclusions. Tonight, she was a woman who was sitting on the floor of her chamber and looking at a letter and understanding, for the first time, the full shape of what she had been carrying and had not yet put a name to. The first bell of morning came. She heard it from the floor. She did not move. She thought, what you do next is yours.
She thought, yes.
She thought, I know. She thought, I have been waiting for 3 months for something to be mine without a condition attached, and I find that when it arrives it is very large and requires sitting with, and I am sitting with it. She sat with it. The candle burned all night. Chapter 20. The Third Path. She called her Lord Chancellor to her chamber at the second morning bell. He arrived in various stages of dress, coat buttoned correctly, collar not yet entirely straight, the expression of a man who had been awake for some of the preceding hours and had not been asleep for all of them, and who had looked at the face of his queen in the candlelit doorway and understood, with the particular fluency of long service, that the conversation he was about to have was one he had been quietly expecting. He said nothing about any of this. It was the reason she kept him. The Veldran Compact, she said. The Coronation Clause. I need to know everything about its origins. He blinked. Your Majesty, the compact is old, yes. I know it's old. I need to know who wrote it, under what circumstances, and whether it has any precedent for reinterpretation. She handed him the legal transcript she had pulled from her own shelves. She knew where everything was in her study, which was one of the few things she was privately proud of, and watched him look at the passages she had annotated. In red, with 3 different notations and a question about jurisdiction in the margin. He looked up at her. Lady Ysol's family, he said carefully, is named in this clause. I know. The oath requires. I know what it requires. She had known for 3 months. She had known the shape of it, had carried it like a stone in her chest, had told herself it was integrity and meant it, had believed that the weight of an oath was what separated a queen from a woman who merely wore a crown. She still believed that. She believed it the way she believed in gravity, not happily, but as a feature of the world she was operating inside. I'm not asking you to tell me what it requires. I'm asking you to tell me if there is any construction of its language, any historical precedent, any interpretation in which it can be satisfied without being performed exactly as written. The Chancellor was quiet for a long moment. He set the transcript on the edge of her desk. He looked at her annotations again, the red ink, the 3 different notations she had made in the margin using 3 different questions, because she had not yet found the exact right question to ask, only approximations of it. She had been circling this for months. He had known she was circling it. Neither of them had said so. There was a case, he said slowly, in the reign of Queen Aldris II, 3rd century. A similar compact, political ruin as a precondition of peace. The opposing house was brought to legal ruin through legislative action rather than military or economic force. The compact was held to be satisfied. Maren looked at him. The house lost its legal standing, he continued. Its political power. its titles and holdings. It ceased to exist as an entity of state. He paused. The people survived. Is that a distinction the compact allows? It is a distinction that has never been successfully argued against. He looked at her with the expression of a man who had served her for 3 years and had learned to read the particular set of her jaw that meant she had already decided something and was waiting for him to give her the architecture to build it on. It would take months, Your Majesty. It would require the full cooperation of your council. It would be, he searched briefly for the word, politically complex. Everything worth doing is politically complex.
She stood.
She rolled her shoulders. The movement she made when she was putting something into alignment, setting something into the position she intended it to occupy for the duration. She felt, suddenly, as if the stone in her chest had not disappeared but had changed its shape, was no longer a weight, and was now something closer to a ballast. Something that helped her stand rather than bowing her. Something she could use. Draft me the initial framework, she said. I want a meeting with the full council within the week. And I want the Veldren Compact's full historical record on my desk by evening. He was already writing. He had the pen out before she finished the sentence. She noted this and filed it, and he paused only briefly. Lady Ysol, he said, without looking up. She has left the palace. I know. Should we?
No.
She moved toward the door.
Stopped.
She had been awake all night, and she was standing in the gray morning light of her private chamber with the letter in her coat. She had put it there, into the inside pocket, at some point in the dark hours while she was reading it, and she knew the weight of it was there, and she did not intend to remove it. She went north. She mentioned the Ashvin coast. She said this the way she said most things she didn't want examined too closely, flatly, matter-of-factly, as if it were a piece of information with no particular valence. I would like to know if she arrives safely. Of course, Your Majesty. And Chancellor. He looked up. He had the expression of a man who was already writing the answer in his head before she had completed the question. She let him. This work, the legal framework, the council, all of it, this is for the queendom. Because it is the right construction of the oath and the better outcome for Velmoor's future, and because I am going to be a queen who does not break her word. She met his eyes. Is that understood? Perfectly, he said, with the diplomatic blankness of a man who understood entirely and would take it to his grave. She went to the door. She opened it. She stood for a moment in the frame with the gray morning light coming through the study window and the city beginning its first sounds outside, the market carts, the watch change, the early bells, and she let herself have the full weight of the decision she had just made.
It was not a small decision.
It was going to cost months of work, the cooperation of a council that argued about everything, the management of a war that was still unsettled at her borders, and the particular, grinding difficulty of dismantling a noble house through legal process brick by brick while ensuring no single brick was laid incorrectly, because incorrectly laid bricks were how oaths were broken rather than satisfied, and she was going to satisfy this oath or she was going to be nothing. She was going to satisfy it correctly. This was the decision. Not to find a way around the oath, but to find the right path through it. Not to bend what she had sworn, but to understand, finally and completely, what it had actually required of her. Not destruction for its own sake, which was what the compact's bluntest reading offered, but the cessation of political power, the end of a house's ability to act against the queendom, which was what the compact had always actually been for. She had been carrying the compact as a weight for 3 years. She had called this integrity, and she had meant it, and she still meant it, and she was now understanding that there was a difference between the weight of an oath and the weight of her own most rigid reading of it, and that the difference had a name, and the name was, she had been afraid. She had been afraid that bending the letter meant breaking the spirit, that any flexibility was a path to self-justification, that the queen who found exceptions was the queen who eventually found any exception she needed. She had governed as if strictness and integrity were the same thing because it was easier to be certain she was one if she made herself the other. The letter was in her coat. Integrity is not the same as rigidity. Ysol had not written this. She had written other things, and they had led Maren here, to this doorway, to this morning, to the understanding that an oath was a tool of justice and not a substitute for judgment, and that she was allowed to be both a queen who kept her word and a woman who understood what the word had actually meant. She was allowed to be both. She stood in the doorway for another moment. She let herself feel the full weight of the months ahead, the council, the precedent, the legal framework, the work she had given herself and was going to do, and it was heavy, and it was hers, and she did not put it down. Then she went to find Sable. There was a war to continue to manage and a legal process to begin and a piece of coastline 400 miles long that she was going to learn the geography of in her own time and for her own reasons, and this morning was the first morning of all of it, and she had things to do. She had always had things to do. For the first time in a long time, they felt like hers. Chapter 21. 4 months of work. The first council meeting was on a Tuesday, which was not how Tuesdays had previously functioned in Maren's understanding of the week. There were 7 members of her full council, and they argued about the Aldrich precedent for 3 hours. Not about its validity. Aldrich had prepared the historical record with his customary thoroughness, and the precedent was airtight, and nobody who had read it could mount a serious challenge to its applicability. They argued about the implications. They argued about what it would mean for the other houses watching, for the Northern territorial negotiations, for the precedent it set for future compact satisfactions, for the war, for the trade agreements, for the upcoming harvest assessments, for 3 administrative questions that were not technically related to the compact but had been waiting on the council's agenda for 6 months and several members felt could be addressed simultaneously. One of them asked whether the legal dissolution would affect the Vaereth family's existing contracts with the southern merchants. Aldrich answered this in 2 sentences. The council member then asked a follow-up question. Aldrich answered that in 1 sentence. The council member considered this for a while. Maren sat at the head of the table and listened and let them argue, because arguing was how her council processed the architecture of a decision before they could build on it, and the building was what she needed, and the only way through the arguing was to let it arrive at its own end. She drank her tea. It was too bitter. No one commented on this. By evening, she had the framework. The second week was paperwork. Not the interesting kind of paperwork, not the compact itself, not the Aldrich precedent, not the legal architecture of the dissolution. The administrative kind. The formal notification to the Vaereth family's representatives that proceedings had been initiated, drafted in the specific register of legal formality that managed to be both entirely clear and devoid of anything that could be described as a tone. Aldrich drafted it. She revised it twice. She sent it. She received, 3 days later, a response from House Vaereth's legal representatives that was 22 pages long and argued, in essence, that the compact did not apply in this specific reading and the Queen was in error. Maren read all 22 pages. She handed the document to Aldrich. He read it with the expression of a man who had expected it and was confirming the expectation. Jurisdiction question in paragraph 14, he said. I saw it. It's not a strong argument. I know it's not a strong argument. I want to know why they made it anyway. He considered. Because it will take 6 weeks to answer properly, and 6 weeks is 6 weeks. Counterargument drafted by end of week, she said. Of course, Your Majesty. There were days when the stone in her chest felt like it might crack her open. Not many. Most days the work was simply work. The council sessions, the legal correspondence, the coordination with Aldrich on the precedent framework, the management of a war that did not pause for legal proceedings and required her full attention at the eastern border, where the ceasefire was holding imperfectly and would require renegotiation before the winter. She moved through these days with the focused, unglamorous efficiency she had always brought to things that were necessary and difficult, and did not ask her whether she was ready. She was the queen who kept her word. She kept it by putting in the hours. But some days she was reviewing the dissolution framework at midnight and the stone shifted, and the letter was in her coat, and she took it out. She had started wearing the riding coat on days she did not ride. Her chamberlain had looked at this for 2 weeks, and then stopped looking at it, which was the correct response and the reason she kept him. The coat was dark wool, heavy, the kind of coat that was meant for outdoor work and that she wore now because it was practical and because the inside pocket was exactly the right size, and she was not going to examine this further. The fold lines were going soft. I have watched you carry the weight of your oath for 3 months. I have watched you be a queen in the most brutal sense of the word, not the crowned, celebrated sense, but the private one. The one where you sit with the cost of things after everyone else has gone to bed. She read it at midnight. 2 weeks into the second month, sitting at the desk with the dissolution framework open in front of her and the city quiet outside the window, and she pressed the heel of her hand against her sternum and sat with it, and then she put the letter back and returned to the framework. This was what it was. This was the work of it. The letter and the framework and the city and the long hours and the knowledge that there was a woman 400 miles north of here who had been very clear about what she wanted and had then stepped out of the room so that Maren could want it clearly. And the only answer to that kind of generosity that was worth anything was to do the work correctly and not diminish it with hurry. She returned to the framework. The third month was the council. Not the first council that had been the architecture meeting, the 7 members, and the argument, and the framework. This was the council in its working capacity. The sessions every 3 days, the review of each legislative action required to strip the Vaereth family's political standing title by title, holding by holding, seat by seat. The council argued about most of it. Some of the arguments were tactical, the sequencing of the actions, the management of the neutral houses watching, the question of how much to communicate publicly and how much to handle quietly. Some of the arguments were about principle. She let all of them arrive at their conclusions, because a dissolution that was contested on procedural grounds was a dissolution that could be challenged, and she was not going to build something that could be undone. Sable came to the third council session uninvited and sat in the back of the room with her arms folded, and the expression she wore when she was deciding whether a situation required her to say something. At the end of the session, when the council members had filed out, she stayed. "You look terrible," she said. "I know. You look like a person who has been working 18-hour days for 6 weeks. "I know what I look like, Sable." Sable unfolded her arms. She had the expression she wore when she was being careful with someone, which was rarer than her blunt expression, and usually meant she had something to say that she was not sure how to make efficient. "The Eastern Border renegotiation," she said. "We have a window next month. I can lead it if you need to be here." Maren looked at her. "You have led Eastern Border negotiations twice. Both times successfully." "Yes." "I know." She gathered her papers. The stone in her chest was its usual weight tonight, not the cracking kind, just present, ballast, the thing that had changed its shape and become something she could work alongside.
"Yes."
"Take the negotiation. I need to be here." Sable nodded. She moved toward the door. She stopped with her hand on the frame, which was a habit Maren had apparently given her without noticing. "Maren." She looked up. "I am not going to ask." Sable's voice was its blunt register, but underneath it was something that was not blunt. "I am just going to note that you have been wearing the same coat for 6 weeks, and you read something from the inside pocket of it on days when the council is difficult, and I am not going to ask, but I wanted you to know I have noted it." Maren held her gaze for a moment. "Thank you, Sable," she said. Sable left. "I will not be a cost you have to take seriously." She read this in the 4th month, 3 days before the signing, sitting on the floor of her study at 2 in the morning because she had been at the desk for 6 hours and her back ached, and sometimes the floor was simply the right height for the thing she was doing, and the thing she was doing was reading the letter for what was probably the 40th time, and trying to understand whether it was still as true as it had been the first time.
It was.
It was truer, if anything, because she understood it now in a way she had not when she first read it, not as a gift or a permission, but as a precise description of the thing that had been wrong and the thing that was different. Ysol had spent her life being costs. She had been the cost of her family's ambition, the cost of their political positioning, the cost of the arrangement that had brought Maren her leverage. She had stood in Maren's study with her hands at her sides and said, "I will not be this for you," and had then stepped out of the room to make it possible for Maren to prove it. Maren had been proving it for 4 months, not for Ysol. That was the thing she had been most careful about in the long hours, in the council sessions, in the midnight readings of the precedent. She had been careful to know why she was doing this. Not for love, or not only, because it was right. Because it was the correct construction of the oath and the better outcome for the queendom, and because she had sworn to be a queen who kept her word, and this was what keeping her word looked like when she finally understood what the word had meant. She had been a queen who governed inside her oath for 3 years. She was going to be a queen who understood her oath for the rest of her life, and the difference was not small. "You are not the cage, Maren." The fold lines were very soft now. The signing happened on a Thursday morning in the council chamber, With all 7 members present, and the full legal record assembled, and the dissolution instrument prepared in the formal register of the Queendom's administrative law, Aldrich read the terms aloud. Each council member signed. Then Maren signed. It was done. The Veldran Compact was satisfied. House Vaereth existed now only as people, Corth Vaereth and her household, no longer a political entity, no longer a house of the Queendom, no longer possessing titles or holdings or the ability to act against Velmoor's interests in any capacity the law recognized. They were alive. They were simply no longer a piece on the board. The people in the room seemed to expect something, a statement, a moment of ceremony, the particular quality of gravity that marked significant occasions. She gave them nothing they had not already witnessed. The signing was the gravity. The 4 months of work was the ceremony.
"Thank you," she said.
"That will be all." They filed out. Aldrich last, with the look of a man who understood entirely what had just happened and had decided that this particular understanding was not his to offer commentary on. She was alone. She sat in her study, not the council chamber. She had come directly back. She had needed the specific familiarity of her own desk, her own shelves, the compact sitting in its place third from the left above the case file where she had put it back 100 times and would not put it back again, and she sat with the particular quality of silence that followed a finished thing. Not victory. That was not the right word. The work had been right, and it was done, and the oath was satisfied, and those things were true, and they were not the same as triumph, and she did not want them to be. Triumph was for things you had not expected to have to pay for. This she had paid for, in full, over 4 months of long days and harder nights, and the rightness of it was quieter than triumph and considerably more durable. She looked at the clock on the mantel. She gave herself an hour. She sat in the quiet study with the letter in her coat, and the city moving outside the window, and the compact on the shelf where she was going to leave it, and she let the hour be what it was, the end of one thing, and the beginning of something she had not yet fully looked at. Ysol was on the Ashvin coast. She had been there for 4 months and 3 weeks, which meant she had gone north after leaving the palace, which meant she had found the sea and she had been looking at it, and she had spent 4 months being nobody and nothing in a series of small northern towns, and she had been all right. Maren had received reports, not surveillance. She had been clear with her intelligence service about what kind of report she was asking for and what kind she was not, and they had provided what she asked for and nothing more. Safe. Present. The particular freedom of someone who was doing what she had said she was going to do, and had meant it. The hour passed. She stood. She straightened. She rubbed the scar on her left forearm, once absently, not a problem to work through, just the old habit, the thing her hand did when she was at the end of something and the beginning of something else. Then she crossed to the door and opened it. "Send word to the stables," she said to the chamberlain in the corridor. "I'll need my horse." He noted this, without expression. She had always been the kind of queen who did not explain her travel plans, and he had been the kind of chamberlain who had learned not to ask. She went to pack. Chapter 22. The Door. The Ashvin coast was grey and enormous and smelled like the beginning of the world. Ysol had been standing at the edge of the low cliff for an hour, which was longer than she usually stood anywhere these days, but the sea required it. She had been learning this over 4 months, that the sea was the kind of thing that could not be processed quickly, that it had a scale that reset your internal measurements every time you looked at it, that you could stand at the same edge every morning and find it the same and find it entirely new. She had been standing at this particular edge, on this particular cliff, for 3 weeks, and she had not run out of sea yet. She had been many things in the past 4 months. She had been a traveler, sleeping in small-town inns and not offering her name. She had been a reader, working through whatever the local lending libraries had available, which was sometimes remarkable and sometimes not, and which was always, in some way, hers unchosen by anyone else, shaped by nothing except what she happened to reach for. She had been a person who woke in the mornings and watched the light change from gray to pale gold and felt, each time, the specific and quiet shock of waking up in a place no one had designed for her. She had been, for the first time in her life, nobody in particular. This had been difficult, at first. She had found herself composing the room every time she entered one, cataloging exits, measuring distances, performing readiness for a room that was simply a room and required nothing of her, but her presence. Old habits. She had been unwinding them the way you unwind a long-held posture, slowly, with occasional startled pain when the tension released, and with the growing awareness that what was underneath the tension was not weakness, but simply her actual shoulders, which had been there the whole time. She had written to Tef from the second town. Not the careful letter, the real one. I am on the northern road. I have seen the Fell River, and it is exactly as wide as you always said it wasn't.
I am all right.
I think I might be all right. She had sent it, and then sat with the strangeness of a letter going rather than staying in a drawer, and had found the strangeness was good. Tef's response had arrived 3 weeks later, forwarded through the inn's general mail, 2 lines, spare as always about time. The river argument still stands. Glad you're out. She had kept the letter in the leather-bound book. She had been at the coast for 3 weeks when she had sent the last entry in the book, not a letter, just, I am here. The sea is gray and very large and does not care about my name, which I find I like enormously. She had not sent this one either. She had written it for herself, which was why she had written it. She had been watching the sea on the morning of the 4th month, and the 3rd week when she heard the horse. She did not turn immediately. This was something she had been practicing, not turning toward things too quickly. She had spent her life orienting toward every arrival, cataloging every approach, because every approach in her family's house had carried potential consequence, and the difference between prepared and unprepared was the difference between managing and being managed. She had been unwinding this too. She had been practicing letting things arrive at their own pace. The cliff was a useful place to practice. Things arrived at cliffs from only one direction. She heard the horse stop. She heard boots on the rocky path. She heard the sound of someone who walked like they owned whatever ground they stood on, not arrogance. She had learned to distinguish them. Arrogance was loud. It demanded acknowledgement. This was something quieter. The particular quality of a woman who had decided, somewhere in the process of becoming herself, that the ground was simply there to be stood on, and that this was sufficient. She turned. Maren was dusty from the road. Her hair was loose under the riding hood. She never rode with her hair down when anyone was watching, which meant no one in the capital had ever seen it like this, which meant this was what Maren Ashvale looked like when she had been riding hard through the northern territories for 4 days and had not stopped to consider her appearance, and it was... Ysol held the looking very carefully, the way she held things that were larger than she had prepared for. Maren looked at her. She was making the expression she made when she was feeling several things at once, and had not yet decided which one to lead with. Ysol had catalogued this expression over 3 months. She had thought she knew it thoroughly. She found, standing on the cliff with the wind off the sea between them, that she had not accounted for what it looked like when the several things were very large. 20 feet of coastal path. You didn't send word, Ysol said. You didn't leave a return address. I mentioned the coast. The Ashvin coast is 400 miles long. Maren's jaw shifted. The recalibration, the acceptance of a correction even when the correction was geographical. You were not easy to find. I wasn't hiding. She turned back to the sea for a moment. Let herself feel it, the impossibility of this, the particular painful luxury of being stood here with the wind off the water and Maren behind her, and her heart doing something she had no good language for, something that had been building quietly for 4 months and had apparently decided this cliff was where it was going to arrive in full. She turned back. Did you? It's done. Maren said it simply, the way she said things she had worked very hard for and had decided not to diminish with elaboration. The compact is satisfied. The legal dissolution was recorded 4 days ago. I left the day after. Ysol was quiet. The wind moved between them, the cold Ashvin wind, salt thick, indifferent to both of them, going where it was going regardless of anything they needed from it. She had been grateful for indifferent things these past months, things that simply were. I did it correctly, Maren said. Not a defense. A statement of character, offered plainly, the way she offered most things she cared about. Not because of you. Because it was the right construction of the oath and the better outcome for Velmoor. She paused. I need you to know that. I know that. I need you to know that I would have done it either way. Maren took a step forward, then stopped. The particular stillness of a woman who is not going to cross the remaining distance without permission, who understood that crossing was a question, not a declaration, and was waiting for the answer. It was the most Maren thing Ysol had ever seen her do, that it wasn't conditional. Maren. Isol's voice came out softer than she intended. She had been practicing being soft on purpose, without strategy, and it still felt like stepping off an edge. You rode 400 miles of coastline. I told you. You were not easy to find. You came anyway.
A breath.
The sea kept going below the cliff's edge, gray and indifferent, and going all the way to the horizon, which was the same horizon it had always been, and did not require anything to be different about it. You said, Maren began and stopped and started again. She did this, stopped and started, would not paper over the gap with confidence, and it was the thing Ysol had thought about most in 4 months, and found she had not been able to stop thinking about. You said you wanted to see the sea. I did. Is it what you wanted? Ysol looked at the water, gray and enormous and endless, going all the way to the edge of the world. A thing that did not care about her name, her family, her function, the particular exhausting fact of having been someone's most valuable piece for 28 years. A thing that simply was and kept being, regardless of what was asked of it. She thought about the morning she had left her family's house, the mirror in the blue hour before dawn, and the woman in it checking each element for correctness, finding the composition satisfactory, finding the object remarkable. That woman had stood before a surface that returned her own image, and had found in the returning only the evidence of what she was required to be. She was not that woman anymore. She was not certain, yet, who she was without the requirement. She was working on it. She had been working on it for 4 months with the sea watching and not caring and going about its own enormous business, and the work was not finished, and that was, she had come to understand, the right answer. The work was not the kind that finished. The work was the kind that continued, which was something she had not known how to want until she had a life that was hers to do it in. Yes, she said. She held her hand out. The space between it and Maren was not large. It was not a throne room, not a tower, not the length of an oath or the weight of a legacy. It was not a cage she had built or a cage she had escaped or a door she had needed to pick. It was just 20 feet of coastal path and a door that had been left open. Maren crossed it. She took Isol's hand, held it the way she held everything she was serious about, carefully, completely, without making it into a performance. Her grip was warm and certain, and asked nothing. It did not ask anything at all. They stood at the edge of the cliff and looked at the sea. I have never seen it either, Maren said after a while. Ysol looked at her sideways. The lines of her profile against the gray sky, the road dust still in her hair. She had not, apparently, stopped to consider her appearance, which was either very human or very characteristic or both, and the particular expression of a woman who had forgotten, for a moment, to be a queen. Ysol had not seen this before. She found she liked it more than she had words for. Really? I was going to. The short sound that was almost a laugh. I kept. There was always something. Ysol looked back at the water. The sea was doing what the sea did, going. In every direction, all the way to the edge of the world, without pause and without conclusion. It had been going before either of them had a name, and it would go long after, and this did not diminish standing here with it, did not diminish the hand in hers, did not diminish any of it. If anything, the scale helped. Things that large gave everything else the right proportion. Well, Ysol said. She felt Maren's attention shift toward her. Not the queen's attention, not the careful cataloging attention, but the other kind. The kind she had been given in a study with her hands at her sides, on the night when she had said the true thing, and waited to see what the world did with it. The kind that asked nothing and held everything. There's nothing now. Maren's hand tightened around hers. The sea kept going. Fine.